Evening, guys. I hope you're all enjoying your Saturday evening. As you can hear, I'm fully better, so I'll be doing a lot more live streams and getting back to my normal happy self, which it's taken a while for that to happen. How are you, Mark, darling? Hope you're well. And hi, Tony. How are you doing? This isn't going to be obviously a serious chat. I just thought I'd come on, say hi, say welcome back, and see how you've all been doing, really. Like I said, it's taken me quite a while for me to get back to normal, and I'm actually better than normal, funny enough. That break has done me the world of good. Hi, Rich, darling, how are you? Long time no see. Hope all is good with you, darling. Hi, Mickey, how are you, sweetheart? Hope I'm happy. Don't I sound happy to you? And I'm not on any oil. I'm not on anything else. This is just me normally. So, but for all of you people that say I'm like taking too many prescription drugs and that, I'm not actually at the moment. So it's all cool, which is a good thing. Hi, Wayne, sweetheart. How are you? Oh, that's nice of you to say. It's taken me a long time to get back, obviously. I mean, I could have come back a bit earlier, but I thought, nah, fuck it, I'm enjoying the break. Which I know it sounds bad, but it is what it is. I mean, I was having treatment. I had a community matron come round. I still do twice daily, and he's been monitoring my situation, and he's actually perked me up. Actually, having a male matron is a bit of a weird one for me, but he's a nice guy and that, and it's all good. Oh, that's not good, Rich. And that's the thing with anxiety and PTSD and all of that. It does kick your ass on a regular basis. I mean, like for myself, for the past few weeks, my PTSD has been well out there. And the things that help me, I don't know whether you have animals, has been my cats and my dog, to be fair. They've been my saving grace through all of this, I think. So I ain't been able to leave either. Oh, holy hell. That's not good either. I mean, the best way I found for me personally, because I got that way and it got pretty bad and it felt like the walls were caving in on me. Like every time I got near my front door, it felt like I was having a freaking heart attack, and that's never good, you know. And I don't know whether you're into like breathing exercise or you know any good ones, but if not, I mean, I could probably teach you some. But doing all of that, you'd be a lot better being able to go outside and being able to cope with the outside world. Oh, I'm not going to bite anybody unless you ask me to. I don't give a flying F about the trolls. They can bloody kiss my ass. I'm in too much of a good mood. So, and this is me normally, and I've like got back to my normal happy self. I think the way I've been seeing things recently, like with my uncle's anniversary of his passing as well, and I've had a lot of stuff going through my mind, like with my mum's anniversary as well, and I've got others coming up this year. I'm like thinking life is too freaking short for all this, and I can't be doing with it. So I'm going to be ignoring trolls as much as I possibly can, and bringing back my stream to what my core issues are, like with like helping the veterans. Now I can get out and about because my back is a lot better. I'm going to be going down to visit some vet charities, seeing like where I can help out. Going to contact shelter and things like that, see if I can help out there. I'm going to be going up north soon, so that's going to be interesting, because my treatment's imminent, so I'm good about that too. So that's why I'm in such a good mood. Oh no. Well, I'm not saying a cat or a dog is a be all and end all, but for me personally, that's what's helped me out. I mean, I know other people that have got cats and dogs and things, and it's just a way for your mind to fixate on something else. I mean, I know it could be anything. I mean, I don't know what your passions are. I mean, I don't mean like sexually or anything like that. I mean, what your interests are inside, what gets you going inside, in a non-sexual way, obviously, because that'd be rather perverted of me, wouldn't it? Oh, thank you, Mark. I bet you would as well. I don't need any help kicking Charles' asses now. Come on. I've been doing this quite a long time, and I've been witness to a lot of shit that's gone on in YouTube, so I'm quite equipped to kick people's asses. So that thank you for the backup, though. That's all cool. I was going to ask you actually, Mark, how have you been up to, like, with your drinking and that? I mean, I hope it's all going good for you, my friend, because like I say, life is too short to let all of these things get you down. And I've actually worked on myself without I haven't had my Prozac for 10 days, because when I was poorly, I came off the oil, I came off the Prozac because it made me violently sick all the time and all of that, and a couple of other meds I came off of, and because I was sleeping a hell of a lot, and they were wondering whether it was the meds that was doing it or whether it was they were experimenting on me, basically. So it was a bit of a mad one. Oh no, your cat jumped over the door? Oh, bloody hell. That sounds like my younger cat. She's an escape artist. She's absolutely a nightmare, but oh, it's a bay halfway minute. For fuck's sake. I'm sorry, I misread that one. What a bint I am today. Fuck's sake. Yeah, my cat would literally jump over a front door, yeah, and on a bloody baby gate. Fucking baby gates. That would not stop my cats, no way. I mean, my dog knows how to open baby gates, so that wouldn't work for me either. Animals are very smart, and especially like my cats have been like watching Leo, how he opens doors and stuff. So now they've watched him do it, then they've mastered it themselves, and it's like, oh, it's all fun and games, though, isn't it? You know. But luckily for me, my younger cat doesn't go very far, and she meows constantly when she's outside, so I can always hear where she is, which pain in the ass, granted, because it does my head in, but at least I know she's safe and sound, which is all cool. Happy birthday to you, the big 4-8. I'm not going to start on the old jokes. I'm slightly older than you, but tell you what, it didn't make a difference me turning 40, to be fair. I actually feeling a lot better than I did when I was in like my late 30s. So like, I think life is what you make of it, to be fair. And if you've got a positive mental attitude about things, and you're going about it in the right way, your heart's in the right place, and that actually helps your psyche, you know. Happy birthday, Upstate. How was last night's doing it? I had to come off. I was getting antsy, and I ended up having a 4.5 hour mix on my decks after going on your stream. I don't know what came over me. I just had to listen to some music. Whether it was my PTSD or not, I don't know what it was. Not that your stream is negative or anything like that. It was nothing to do with that. I just came over all like, I would say weird, but weird for me anyway. But my neighbours, one of them came round this morning and gave me a right rollicking, but I was like, fuck it, you know. I didn't mean it at them, but I needed a mix at that time of morning, so I thought, right, I haven't done it for a while. My neighbours are going to kill me, but never mind. Oh, thanks, Upstate. It's nice of you to say as well. I would have come on your panel yesterday, but I thought, no, I haven't been on people's panels. You know, I've been like feeling like this for a couple of days now, but I thought, well, I'll see how I feel with my triggers and that to see if I'm up for panels and doing all that. And when I was in your room yesterday and I went into spirits as well, and I was just laughing my ass off the whole time. So I thought, yeah, I think I'll be okay now. So it's all cool. And I won't ask you what presents Mrs. Upstate gave you for your birthday yesterday, because I don't want my mind to go there. I was going to say, Mark, what are you going to do for your birthday on the 24th? Now, I won't be up north that early, but I think it'd be the first week in June I'll be up north, but I could do a detour to Scotland, possibly, depending on if I manage to get through all that I need to do here. Hi, Babel, sweetheart, how are you, darling? Nice to see you in here. How's your day been, sweetheart? Hope all is good too. That's right, Rich, you can come back whenever you like and say whatever you want, well, within reason. And see, don't you normally go like, oh no, you don't normally go live yet. I'm looking at my bloody clock thinking it's later than it is. How bad is that? Lack of sleep, I think, to a degree. It's my own fault for having such a long mix last night, but it was well worth it. Hi, Heaven, sweetheart, how are you? Haven't seen you for a while too. How would your neighbours feel you having a 4.5 hour mix at like silly o'clock in the morning with it blaring? Because mine was certainly happy this morning, I'm telling you. It was crazy, but it had to be done, you know. I only had my sound system up a quarter, but like, they could hear it down the street. Wow, I didn't think it was that loud, but oops. No, I know. You've got lots of chores. Oh, rather you than me, sweetheart. I remember, I thought it was in one of my last streams that you were talking, Remy, wasn't it, you were talking with, and you was going to go fishing with him, but I thought you would have done that by now, but that's cool. It's nothing wrong going fishing. I mean, I know it's a bit weird for a woman to say that, but I love going with my dad. It was great. Yeah, but like, I didn't start my mix until, what was it, 3:30, 4 o'clock. So like, it's 3 o'clock in the morning, so it's like, oh. And I wouldn't advise it, because I thought my neighbour was going to slap me one, but it was the other neighbour, so it's all cool. It wasn't the one that doesn't speak English, because that would have been interesting. Because we don't like each other at all, and I'm like considering, like, when I move or do this house swap, do I tell the Northerners that are going to come down here what my neighbours are like, or shall I make it a nice surprise? Actually, I'd be pretty evil of me if I was to do that, wouldn't it? But I don't know. It's one of them things, isn't it, where I don't know if I told them that my neighbours are absolute a-holes, would that put them off moving down here? But I'm a pretty honest person, so I probably will end up telling them what my neighbours are like. Maybe the Northerners can actually kick their asses, and because I'm quite a soft-hearted person, to be fair. So like Northerners are more like hardened than Southerners in that sort of way. I don't mean to sound like racially profiling people here about their areas and that, but it's just the way it is, isn't it? You know. Are you buttering me up for something, Heaven here? Or no, I'm only kidding. So what have you guys all been up to since I've been off YouTube? Because I've literally haven't been in any chat rooms apart from I think went in Wasps a couple of times, and obviously upstage yesterday and spirits yesterday, but I haven't literally been any lives or anything. I had a complete break from YouTube, so it was great. Not that you guys are completely horrible and like not worth the time, but when you're going through when those infections were brutal for me and nothing was working, and they were saying we're going to take you into hospital, and I'm like, no, you fucking ain't. Excuse my language. Oh, okay. Oh, that sounds cool. What genre is it, Mark? If you don't mind me asking. I mean, I will probably check it out later on, but I've been on YouTube now. What about? I started January last year, so that's all the time I've been on YouTube. But I haven't been doing lives for that long, but I've been going into people's streams saying hello, so yeah, we do go way back. Nikki, you're right there. Hi Kyle, how are you, darling? Hopefully your treatment's going well as well, sweetheart, because the last time I spoke to you, you were talking about that you'd just been released and you were having, what was it, 3 times a day face-to-face contact or something. So I'm playing this back in my memory, and I may get things wrong, but oh, thank you for that. Like I said, I try and be true to myself, and sometimes it gets into trouble because I put my foot in it. Sometimes things come out wrong because I'm very blunt, as you know, and I back the wrong people sometimes because I'm a loyal person. So if I find out that person's been an a-hole, then I say so, and then it backfires. Well, you know what YouTube's like, you know the score. I know. I'm certainly not a YouTube virgin, let's put it that way. This is a thing with trolls and bullies. I mean, where do I start? I mean, I know it hasn't got better for certain people, because even though I've had a break from it, people have been like telling me what's going on, and I'm like, oh, please, you know. And it's like, I don't mind people telling me, but when you're trying to get your head out of it and people bring you back into it, it's like, but it's all good. I mean, it's always good to stop bullying of any kind. I must agree with you there. I don't think many people actually do like bullying, and people may not see it like on a laptop as bullying, but I actually think cyberbullying is a lot worse than. Oh, bloody hell, my cat just jumped on my fucking keyboard. Having 2 cats and a dog is mental when you're trying to do a live stream, because you can't concentrate on anything. It's terrible. Sorry, guys. Yeah, cyberbullying, that's it. I think that's a lot worse than actual face-to-face bullying, because at least when you're face-to-face with someone, you can read them, you can anticipate things. But when you're online, you don't know who they are. what they're capable of or anything like that, and that's where it gets a bit iffy, you know. Hi Jake darling, how are you? Are you blocked? I've never blocked you. I'll check my list, but I don't think so, darling. I've never done it, but many of my other mods may have a while ago, but I will check in a second if you're not. I mean, I can see your comments, so I presume not, unless I'm hallucinating. That happens when I'm tired, but why would you be blocked, darling? Why would I have a reason to block you in particular? That's not. I'm just saying that you've never done anything to me, so no. I haven't blocked anybody in a while, so mind you, I haven't been on YouTube for a while, so that's probably why, but it's all cool. What do you mean it's hardcore? That's my favourite genre, so what are you saying sorry for? Good evening, Turbo. How are you, darling? And I am good. So glad you're out of hospital, sweetheart. That you nearly bloody killed me, like when you, not literally, obviously, but obviously speaking to you when you were in there and the way you were, and I felt as sick as a dog as well. We were the right pair of saddos in that way. I mean, my goodness me, it was craziness. Oh, good. That's not good either. I mean, I'll put the link up if anyone wants to jump in it. I can remember how to do this now. It's been so fucking long. Excuse my language. I should pin this link really, but can I be bothered right now? Not really. Whoa. So your daughter's been sorry, Carl. I mean, your daughter's been cyberbullied. Oh, why? I mean, I just cannot get my head around why people want to bully anybody anyway. Doing it over a keyboard, that's just being a chicken in my eyes, because you're not showing the person who you truly are, you know. Hi Sasha, how are you, sweetheart? Well, this is how I am normally, believe it or not. It's been a while because, like I say, that infection would not go, and I had several IVs and steroids, and they were jabbing me left, right, and centre of everything, and I was like, oh. And it took, because I'm allergic to so many forms of antibiotics, they were using different kinds that normally aren't used. So they were sort of like using me as a guinea pig, but having to keep an eye on me so I didn't go into anaphylaxis, because I've got EpiPens here anyway. But it was just a crazy situation. And now that I'm actually back to my old self, say old, and that wasn't that at you either, Mark, because it's your 40th and I'm slightly older than you, but it just took ages to get past that point where I felt even half human, yet alone back to my full self. So it's all good, and it's only going to get better, because I spoke to a different counsellor a few days ago, and they were asking me where I'd like to go for my counselling because of my mobility situation, and they've got 3 locations, and I've got to decide where I want to go, and my treatment is like very imminent, so I cannot wait, because as soon as my treatment's finished, I can move out of London, and it's like, yes, about fucking time, excuse my language. I don't think Turbo really wants to be talking about his gym and that. I mean, to be fair, he just literally come out of hospital. Give him a bit of breathing room, guys. I mean, obviously you'll get to see it soon, but it's nice to see you in here, Era. Oh, I heard, I don't know whether this is true or not, so I'm just going to come out and ask you. I heard you was a bit of a naughty boy on, was it Jake's stream or something? I don't know if it's Jake's or not. It was just somebody that told me and said you were a bit naughty on there or something. I mean, I don't know what happened, but apparently it was nuts. Which I do not, oh, bloody Bucky, StreamYards. My mouse isn't working properly. This is great. Computer malfunctions the first time I come back. Hi, LT, darling. How are you? It was good to see you yesterday. I mean, what was that car journey about? Was it you go 15 miles or something to get a sandwich that you like? I mean, that's crazy. I mean, 15 miles to get a certain sandwich or something. I mean, I know you explaining the ingredients, what was in there, but damn, that must be a good sandwich. That's all I'm saying. Yes, actually, I am more settled, but this is the thing. I think I had to go through like all of that darkness in a way, so I could, like, in regards to the grief and that, and I mean grief as in death grief, not grief as in YouTube grief. And I think I had to go through that to get past the point where I can understand more of what's going on with me, so that it will help when I have my treatment. So that's all right, Ari. You don't have to say hello to me. I don't mind if you don't, but a bit rude of you, I must say. But it's easily done, I know. I know he's been a good boy now. I'm just, this was was it a couple of weeks ago or something? Somebody messaged me up and said, check this out. And I said, no, I'm not going to be checking out any sites. But it was a pretty mental one for you guys, apparently. And I am not saying that word. Emma is a lovely person, but she can get a little bit overexcited sometimes, and she does scream. That's just the way she can be, and it's like, you're deafer than me type of thing. And I don't mean that in a bad way for her, but I mean, I'm lucky I talk quite quietly, so when I shout, it sounds like people not talking normally. So it's like, whoa, you know. But when people are yelling like that, you want to cover your ears and go, it's all nuts. Oh, it was that one, right? Okay. I will go and now I'm back on YouTube. If you've still got it up on your site, I'll go and see it and watch it and see what I think. But does it mean that I'm going to kick your ass, Sarah, after I watching this, or isn't it that bad? Because you know what I'm like as a person. So I think if you've been an a-hole, I will kick your ass, like in a good way, not like I'm going to kick your head in or anything. I'm not. Was she angry as? Oh no! So she. Oh bloody Nora! That. Right, I get you. Oh, so everybody on your live stream that night got a bit of a headache then. Oh, I do apologise on your behalf, because that would have been brutal for anybody's earlobes, because she's a lovely girl. I've got nothing against Emma at all. I've heard her go off like that in Liam's a few times, and it's like, wow, that this girl's got some lungs on her. Bloody hell. I wouldn't say reach rock bottom, because obviously I have been there myself, like real rock bottom, but emotionally, God or whoever up there royally, you know, with all the emotions, kicked my backside to high heaven. And I don't mean that in a religious way. It's just a figure of speech. And I've come out the other side, I think. And I think that's bang in the nick of time, because like my treatment's imminent. So I think I'll be a lot stronger for going through all of that, because that is going to be fucking brutal for me to go through all of that, you know. Oh, you said a joke. What kind of joke would make Emma go crazy? I mean, she's normally got an alright sense of humour, what I remember. I haven't spoken to Emma in a long time. Well, it hasn't been that long, but a few months. And she's got a pretty alright sense of humour. I mean, there's certain buttons I wouldn't press with her if it's to do with anything like sexual or anything. That would do it. Jake for MP. I would love to see him rule Kent. Because he'd be in charge of Dover and that. Oh, I'd love to see that. Yeah, right on, Jake. I'd sign you up for that, my darling. That would be absolutely bloody crazy. You'd have to deal with all the border fast and everything. And I'd like to see that. Jake down in Dover kicking their asses. Yeah, I'd be down there with a video camera. Right on. You're going to start work. What do you mean? What, like work experience is that, Jake? Or so? What exactly did your pussycat do when she jumped over the gate? Then come on, what was so terrible? I mean, this is what one of my cats did, and you guys wouldn't know this, but or some of you do because I've been in contact with some of you. But I was having like mad seizures during when I was poorly, and it threw my back right out, and I could hardly move. And the matron's been coming in and jabbing me with diamorphine and that to like get me moving, which I can move about now. But when I couldn't move about, Catchin managed to open my bathroom window, jump out, and I'm like, where the hell is that meowing coming from? And I'm like, she's outside. I thought, how the fuck did she get outside? And I'm like thinking, how the hell am I going to get her inside? Because there was like foxes everywhere. I could hear foxes everywhere, and it was like, holy hell, no way. I thought, well, I'm not going to attempt to get to the door because I would have ended up in hospital for sure if I'd have done that. But I don't know how she managed to get back in the house. But several hours later, she was on my lap, and I'm like, how the hell did that happen? But crazy moggies, that's all I can say. I was bloody hell, I'm having a fucking punch up. Why is it my cats have been placid all day, and why is it whenever I go live that they turn into my little a-holes? Will you two knock it off, for goodness sake? Oh, it's all it's going to take now is my dog to join in, and it'll be a bloody pet punch up. Are you're off now, Turbo? Are you? It's nice for you to come in and say hi and that. And I hope you're feeling a bit better. And I'll speak to you tomorrow, Turbo, if that's okay. Oh no, come on now. I mean, this is one thing I do want to say about the issues that's going on here with charity fight night and whatever and that's gone on. I mean, because I haven't really been on, I don't really know the exact extent, but I've got like bits and pieces from people, and until you know what's going on in somebody's life, where Turbo's going through a lot emotionally and obviously physically as well with his cancer treatment and whatever. And until you've actually gone through that yourself and know what it's like, and to have pressures of, I mean, he's got his kids as well, 2 of them are autistic. So if you imagine all of that pressure on, and then you've got the added pressure as well of a business opening, and then you've got YouTubers to deal with this, that, and it. I mean, I mean, he could have asked me for help, and I would have helped him willingly to sort most of this stuff out. But I don't think he wanted to get me involved in all of it, to be fair. But until you actually know and you've walked a little bit in somebody else's shoes, I try and like hold judgment on it until I actually know what's going on with my own eyes and ears. And it's easier said than done. I know this from past experience, guys, that when you're dealing with charities, and normally, I mean, I know from like when I've done charity events and arranged things in the past, where you normally put like money in a separate account, and it normally takes a while for you to be able to get the money back, because you have to put it in writing because of the law, because you get tax breaks. And it is complicated, guys. It's not like it's simple. Yeah, I mean, if it was me personally, I would have just taken the money out my own bank, given it back to you, and then replaced it with that. I would have done it that way if possible, but people's minds don't work the same way. I don't know whether that's the case or not. Will you two bloody stop fighting? Stop playing with the recycling as well, you monkeys. Jesus bloody Christ. I don't know what's going on with AK's money and all of that, but the thing is with cancer, and I know this to be true as well because of what went on with my old dear, and that she had breast cancer and stuff, and the way it happened with her, even when you have it cut out, I don't know whether he managed to have it all cut out, partial or whatever. I haven't really asked him too many details because I was more interested in how he was doing emotionally, because when you're in hospital you feel like crap and you don't want to be there at all. And with my old dear, she still had to have treatment to make sure it didn't come back, and to make sure there weren't any other cells there and stuff like that, which that's the way it happened with her. I'm not saying it's the same thing, but that's the way I understand how cancer treatment works. But I could be wrong. I'm not saying it's nothing to do with me, and I haven't got medical records, so, but with what I've seen with my own eyes, you know. No, everybody's entitled to their opinion. I don't think he is personally. I mean, he's never shown me an ounce of nastiness, but he's not a nasty person, so I think you should hold off judgment a little bit until he can sort all this out, because it's turned into a right mess apparently. And okay. Oh, I wouldn't know anything about that either. How are you, Shauno, anyway? Are you okay? Now, I saw one of your videos earlier. Was it cops and a bloke with two dogs, and they wouldn't help him? What a-holes! I mean, what is wrong with cops not wanting to do their fucking jobs? I mean, what is wrong with that? It's like, whoa. No, I would have taken all their badge numbers and given them a right kicking, and I don't mean literally, figuratively, obviously, because you don't want to go around kicking in coppers now, do you? Really, that doesn't ever go down well. But it's just good to see that you're all okay, and everything's sort of like got back to normal. Yeah, Shauna, I'm very well, thank you. I finally got rid of. I'm still coughing up stuff off my chest, so I'm like 97% better. So, obviously my voice is back. So they think they've managed to stop it all, which is a good thing, I think. Because if I was to come down with this again, oh no, I couldn't go through that again. The amount of bloody needles I've had in me, and never like the good kind, but where you feel better afterwards. You feel like absolute crap, and it's never good. No, that's all I was saying, Mark, about this stuff with Turbo and that. I mean, I know quite a bit, but I don't know everything, and this is the thing. Because I've been away from all of this for weeks and weeks now, and it's one of those things where when you are dealing with a lot in your life and you are dealing with a lot of stress and other shit, and to a degree that would come first. I mean, myself personally, I probably would have postponed it until it was more settled and polished in a way, but I'm more of a perfectionist than what Turbo is, so that's where we differ in a way. I mean, what I want to do, well, I have to see how my move goes first, but after that, I'm thinking of sorting out like a charity night, but do like a charity rave, but not like a full-on rave, obviously, but getting that sorted maybe. And I mean, it wouldn't just be for YouTubers, obviously, it'd be for the general public, but and do it for like different causes. I mean, obviously, it depending what the COVID rules are, because I've like set up events in the past, and it's a headache before, yet alone with all these COVID rules now, so I'd have to see how that goes. But I'm sure all you guys could do with a wicked night out. I know I certainly bloody could. Especially after my mix this morning and that, it was great. So it would be I think it would be quite a good turnout as well. What I will say is this: if up and coming DJs want to like send in sets and stuff, so I can have a listen to it, find out, and like maybe do like a competition, because it won't just be like normal DJs like playing. I will be asking some professionals to join us, and it'll be quite a good thing. So hi PD, how are you, sweetheart? You okay? How are your puppies doing? I love the picture you sent of the first one born. I mean, oh, gorgeous. I mean, you must have your hands full. I'm very good, PD, thank you. Like I say, I've got rid of pretty much all of my infection now, so it's all good. I mean, like I say, it's taken, well, my voice started going about 2.5 months ago now, I'd say. And I was just like plowing through it, and then it got worse and worse, and then my breathing got affected, and I thought, nah, this is getting shit now, so. Yeah, Turbo came in to say hi, but he gets up at silly o'clock in the morning. He normally like gets up when I'm going to bed, so not that it's been like that like recently, because I've been like actually getting a regular sleep pattern, well, to a degree, and it's been all cool. But yeah, he was in here earlier. I'll put in the link if anyone wants to jump in and say hi. Some my cats are fighting again. Oh bloody hell! Eventful live streams. Oh, at least that hasn't changed. My bloody good God. Oh, it's just one of them things where you just want to kill your pet. And I don't mean that, you know, literally, guys, before anybody starts calling the RSPCA. No, I actually haven't. I mean, she's up for like doing some like charity work. I mean, I'm gonna have a good think. I mean, I don't know whether you guys like want to like email me some ideas of what charities you'd think would want to be represented and stuff, and I'll go through them. And I mean, I'm not going to just do one event. I will do a few so that we can cover a few charities. And I mean, this will all be going to charity because I'm quite expertise in this area of sorting out charity nights. I mean, I arranged one in London a while back. I mean, it didn't go through in the end, but the amount of bloody paperwork and permits and I think I aged about 5 years sorting out that event, but that would have been fucking wicked if that had actually happened. But it won't be in London. That is just too political for me, especially right now. But I'll find other like places probably up north to do it, and it should all be good. I think if people like want to like come out for a good night out, and obviously people be careful with certain things, and you know what I'm saying when I say that. And just be reasonable with what you're doing. That's all the advice I can give you, because people haven't been going out much, and when it comes to drink and other things, you've got to be careful with all of that stuff. No, I don't do any of that anymore. So, but I'm not dissing people that do, but that's completely up to you. Oh, come on, guys. Now, was you in the room? I highly doubt. I mean, I could be wrong. Highly doubtful. But why would you go through all the drug treatment and that? But when you've hit rock bottom in the past and you've gone through all of that, why on earth would you risk doing it again? When that's all I'm saying. I wasn't there. I can't say what happened or what didn't happen. But this is the thing. When it comes to other people's lives and getting involved and interjecting yourself in and saying what's Leo, will you pack it in? Lay down now. Goodness sake. I've had 3 cat scraps and now my dog started going crazy. It's like, bloody hell. Wow. Right, where was I? I'm losing my marbles quickly. I'm out of practice doing this, guys. I do apologise. I'm in a madhouse. What can I say? It's just been one of them things, you know, where you just want to curl back under the covers and go back to sleep. He's a bull mastiff. He's actually been on a few people's live streams where I've gone out and when I went up to Folkestone and that, and that was a pretty mad situation when I went up there. But I didn't realise there was a bloody protest. Actually, there were 2 protests going on. It hasn't been the first time that's happened, but I was only going up to Dover to see a friend and that, and ended up going into 2 protests. That was just a crazy situation, but he absolutely loved it, you know, getting involved with coppers and stuff and people around everywhere. He was enjoying himself. I wasn't particularly, but he was. So he's a very social dog. He loves it all, and which he can get me into trouble sometimes because he's a cheeky boy, put it that way. You've got a dog, haven't you, Sean? Or have I got that wrong? I'm pretty sure you said you had a dog. Or I know you were putting up dog videos, but they were other people's dogs, weren't they, a while back or something? Or you can get one of PD's puppies. Oh, you have got a dog, right? I did remember that, right? I mean, I've been like doing all this from memory, so I don't know where I managed to pull all this information, because I don't even remember like my own stuff, but I seem to remember other people. That's terrible. I know, but what can you do? So when do you find out, Jake, when if you're going to be doing work for your MP and that? Because that will open your eyes to a lot of what's going on and that. I mean, it will open your eyes to what they do. I mean, that they do lots of different stuff. I mean, I know when I went to see my MP about certain different things, I didn't realise the extent of what they actually do. I mean, people go down there for all kinds of reasons. It's mad. Okay. That sounds a little bit like my first dog. I mean, she had like 4 different breeds in her. This is when I lived in Brighton, and she was, 6 months old, and she had paws the size of my hands near enough, and massive dog, and she would have turned into a right beast when she stopped growing, and she looked like a Rottie. But mind you, good God, could she pull your arm out of the socket? I mean, and that's not even her trying, but I because of what happened with my ex at the time, I thought, no, I cannot cope with this dog on my own, because I lived up a hill, and I had a manual chair at the time, so it was like dealing with a hill, a dog that pulls your arm out of the socket, and being in a manual chair. I thought, no, I would have ended up like causing somebody an accident, so that wouldn't have been good. Okay, you got a bully. Nice. Does your Frenchie do like the growly speak to you? Because I love that when they do like the growly talk. But people that don't know bull breeds, this is what I think, not funny, ha, but it just like makes me glow inside. Like when they're like that, is people think that they're having a go at you, but they're not. They're just saying, hi, how are you? How, come talk to me type of thing. But it's all in growling, and if you don't know the breed, and it's normally quite loud as well. Obviously, your Frenchies aren't, because they're a lot smaller dogs, mind you, but you got bloody hell. What is it with you guys? You got videos on everybody. This is nuts. And I'm sure it will get sorted out eventually. I mean, I have faith that all these things will get sorted out eventually. It's like, it's hard when you're in a situation like, I don't know, maybe it got too big, or it was too much going on for him to cope with, and he didn't want to ask for help, or he didn't know how. I don't know. I don't really know the full ins and outs of it, to be fair. So how many pups did she have in the NPD? Because when I messaged her to find out what was going on with her, she said she had the first one, and then I think you waited for a C-section or something. You were saying? Have I got that wrong? Hopefully, I haven't got that wrong, but that's what my mind recollects. Oh, are you referring to child living rent free in your head or something like that? I've heard that expression a lot. And it's true, isn't it, that the more you think about these morons, and I call them morons. I mean, that's probably a bad word to say, but I could think of a lot worse ones. But if you've got all of these people jumping into your streams and trying to start this, that, and the other, and putting people against each other, I mean, what's all that about? Cut all that shit out, guys. You know, I can't be dealing with all of that shit. I've got enough in my own life to deal with. I mean, I don't mind helping people out, but and say, have you had a good smoke today, Tony, or has it been like a dry day? Dry day for you is probably an 8 or something, isn't it? But that sounded bad, and you know what I meant. For fuck's sake. So I've got no filter today, guys. So yeah, I have to excuse me. I think it's the argument I had with my neighbour earlier on. It's sort of like it's made me feel a little bit more blunt than normal. But what can you do? I'm surprised you. I was because how on earth would I know where Cam is? I'm not his keeper. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Have you got any aspirin or something to help? As if you can take that kind of stuff. I mean, Nurofen or something like that will get rid of that, I'm sure. Or drink plenty of water. That normally works for headaches. Yeah, I can see where you're going with that PD2 degree, but I'd prefer to get information firsthand from the person directly, which like when I'm going up north in a couple of weeks' time, I will be obviously seeing Turbo and that. So how can you say having a blunt would sort out a banging headache? I have never, I mean, it may work with some people, but I have never known having a spliff to sort out a banging headache. Mind you, saying that when I've sorted out a couple of my headaches by having a mix, so, and I mean an actual like music mix, not a bong mix or anything like that, but that sorted me out. But I don't know, but I would have thought smoking weed and that would actually make your headache worse because it's a heady sort of thing. But maybe wrong, I don't know, but oh, what the bloody hell is going on here now? Bloody blow my nose and it all kicks off. Oh, come on, guys. Will you stop kicking Turbo's ass now? Because, like, oh, I just have to, like, come up and kick all your asses, please. No, I do not want to be dealing with any of that in here. I mean, Turbo's a friend of mine, and I'm loyal to friends, so please don't. And pretty much a lot of you in here that I am good friends with as well, and I don't want it to turn into like a slanging match or a shit show or whatever, you know. It's supposed to be a chilled out Saturday. Chilled out to me isn't having a room full of people arguing. I mean, that might be bliss for some people, but not where I come from, no. Well, haven't we all though, Era? Haven't we all got a lot to answer for? Just saying, nobody's perfect in life, and we've all done things where we're not proud of. I mean, I wasn't particularly proud of the way I dealt myself in PD stream that day. I mean, I was extremely angry, and you know, I didn't obviously blow, which that could have easily happened, but I wish I'd have dealt with that a lot more calmly myself, and I've answered for that in a way. So we've all got shit to answer for. I mean, in regards to all of this, and maybe eventually it could be like a fine art or something, I don't know, but with what the way people have been around Trevor, I can't see him doing it now. I mean, ever, to be fair, because of the stress. I don't blame him to a degree, but then if you're going to be arranging events, it's stressful, and you've got to know what you're doing. There's lots of paperwork and permits and dealing with lots of different people, and that you've got to have the right. And I'm not saying he doesn't, before you twist what I'm saying. You've got to be very logical minded, and the way you think about things and process things to actually sort out events. It's not an easy thing to do, especially dealing with YouTubers now. That would have been a headache for me even, and I've got a lot more patience. So I don't actually have it. Well, I was going to do the music and that for him, but I didn't know whether I'd be well enough. And it's the thing, I've got no fight in this game at all. I mean, like I said, Turbo's a good friend, and he's always had my back. With like the Wellung situation, like with the back streams and that, they try to get him involved. He had my back, so he's loyal to me. I'm loyal to him. So until that changes, I've got his back. It's the way I am as a person. If you're an a-hole to me, I can be one back. I'm not always one back, but I can be. It's just the way life is mostly, isn't it, you know? I'm not team any... Oh, you're twisting my words here. Now, PD's done nothing nasty to me, so I don't mind PD either. I'm not on anybody's particular team here at all. This is not what I'm saying. PD's never disrespected me. I haven't with him. If people come at me, I'll come at them back, depending on the situation. If people have my back, I'll have theirs. It's a give and take sort of thing. Hope you have a good night's sleep, PD. But I'm not on anybody's team here, for goodness sake. But if there's a team to be had, I'm on my own team with all of this, because like I said, I've got a lot to deal with everything else going on, and that it's what I need to do, you know. This is another thing, I don't think it was about scamming people. No, I can't see it myself. Not the kind of person to do that. And like I said earlier, from personal experience, when you're dealing with charities and charity money and it's in a separate account, it does take time. I mean, if you like see it in a similar situation, if say you went to a concert or something along those lines, you'd normally have to wait 28 days at least to get your money back. It's a similar thing when you're dealing with bureaucracy and things like that with money and stuff, because it's not his money, it's somewhere else. And that's the way I've always dealt with charity money, and that I've always kept it separate, because if you keep it in your own bank, and people can sort of like say you're stealing it and shit, which is never good. Lilies, what the hell are you doing now? Fuck's sake. So what are you guys doing for the rest of the weekend? I'm sure Tony's going to be in bed probably tomorrow, unless his headache goes away. Hopefully that will happen soon, because that's never good having a headache. But the rest of you, what are you doing this weekend? I mean, I may go into central London tomorrow and do some filming. I hope there's no protest going on though, because the last time I felt like doing that, I walked into 4 bloody demonstrations, which that went down like a lead balloon, and I don't really want to be put in that situation ever again, you know. That scared the living hell out of me, but I won't be doing that again in a hurry. But I think they got a protest out of the way recently, didn't they? Was it today or something? I can't even remember even what day of the week it is at the moment, but is there a protest out today? Pretty sure they did have a protest today, but I'll check it out anyway before I go into central London. But you know what I was going to say as well, I'm going to be taking my channel in a slightly different direction. I mean, I'm going to be obviously still dealing with mental health and stuff, because I'm going to be going through that myself anyway, so that's going to be part of it. But and the music side of things, I'm going to do that side of it too, because I'm getting back into my DJing now, which puts a smile on my chops. So it's going to be a good thing, going to be a good release for me in the head. But I'm also going to be doing other things, especially like when I move and stuff, about traveling and stuff like that, and to make it easier for people out there that have difficulties with mobility and stuff, because that is a pain in the freaking backside if you don't know what you're doing and that, which is a pain. But it's just one of them things where if people can be better prepared and they know which routes to take and stuff like that. I mean, like I said, I don't mind traveling, and I've done quite a bit of it. So especially living in this part of the country, living in London for so many years, you sort of like get to be a professional at transport and stuff like that. So I might as well put my knowledge to good use and put it out there for people that wouldn't necessarily know what they're doing and how is the best way to be around these sorts of things. Which is all cool. I was going to ask you, Mark, I mean, would you be up for maybe doing a set or something? I mean, obviously, we'd have to like work out what kind of night it's going to be. I mean, I play all kinds of genres myself, but not everybody does, and not everybody. I obviously have to find out what professionals I can get on the day and take it from there as well. But it'd be quite good, I think, for you if you wanted to like come out and have a good night out and make some money for charity and have a nice chilled out one. And I don't mean chilled out, that came out wrong. You know what I mean? And I didn't mean it drug related or anything like that. Well, you could do if you wanted to, but goodness me, things aren't coming right out today at all, are they? Bloody hell. I know what I meant, but no offence to anybody. Oh my god, my cat's bloody managed to open the Osaka food. Oh, fuck's sake. Oh dear me. How the fuck did that happen? How can a cat, I mean, these big sacks of food, I mean, I find it hard to get into them with a pair of scissors, for goodness sake. I mean, how on earth do these bloody moggies do it? I beg your pardon, Leo. I do apologise, my dog belching on a live stream, that's terrible. Well, it was better than the other, or him starting snoring. That's normally what happens when I go on lives, but you guys know when you've got animals, it's a pain in the bloody backside. But when you're trying to do live streams and they start kicking off, it's just like, oh my God. I should put them in a different room, really, but what's the point when then they can open doors and get in anyway? That just do my head in, but what can you do? But I'm going to take my medication shortly anyway, because my heart meds and that are due soon, and that's one thing I cannot mess around with, unfortunately. Since all this craziness, and I don't mean YouTube craziness, I mean craziness of what's been going on with me, my heart condition's been a little bit weird, so to keep on top of that, because the last thing I need is being in hospital with that again. After having that scare in December, I don't want to go back in there again, not with that, because I'm sure if that was to happen again, they would have me having heart surgery, and it's the last thing I want. As they pretty much said, if I end up having the surgery, I'll be on different meds and they'd affect me for the rest of my life, and it would change my life completely. And I'm like, ooh, no, that don't sound good to me. Which is never a good thing, but until it gets to that stage where it really needs to be done and the meds aren't working anymore, or I mean, I'm on quite a high dose as it is. I mean, hopefully now that I'm a lot, well, I'm saying that at the moment, but obviously when my treatment starts, it may be a little bit different. Obviously see how that goes and my move, and then hopefully by then things will be a lot more relaxed for me, so I can start enjoying a new chapter and all of that, and see if I can come down on the strength of my heart meds quite a lot, because I mean, I'm on double the normal dosage I'm normally prescribed, and that can't be good for anyone's body. Absolutely not. I mean, I want to come off them completely, but that's not going to be feasible, I don't think. And taking amiodarone is never nice. Oh, hi, AK, how are you? Haven't seen you in a long time. Hope you're all good and that, and your family's well and that. Yeah, hopefully all's been well with everything, and you don't do live streams yourself, do you? You just go into people's, and that isn't a dig at you, by the way, because I'm been coming across very blunt today. I do apologise. Oh, you can come and say hi whenever you want. I don't have a problem with you. I've never have. So I don't actually have a problem with a lot of people. It's just that I just do not like people when they're bullying others. I can't be dealing with that. No, it's not what I'm about, unfortunately. I mean, I stick up for people if necessary, but I just don't like seeing it or hearing it, or it's not good for anxiety or any of that, which I'm sure you'd agree with. I'm glad you're all good, though. I mean, it's one of those things where everyone's been in lockdown, everyone's a bit cranky, aren't they? Well, obviously not me today, but I've had a couple of months of being cranky, and I think that's enough for me. I think that's my year's supply of crankiness all gone in one go, which is good for me because I can just be myself now, which is all cool. I couldn't believe it yesterday when I went into a couple of streams. I didn't go on anyone's panel or anything, but you all thought I was high. I'm like, no, This is me normally. Are you on the hunt? Okay. I won't ask what you're hunting for, but that might be a loaded question if I ask that. So, yeah, I am very well, thank you. I mean, this is a thing everyone's been saying, that I sound completely different, but it's only because I had all this time off of YouTube. I've been not dealing with my family's crap or anybody else's, and it's like absolutely amazing feeling when you're not dealing with everybody else's stress every day. It's great. And I'm not saying that you shouldn't help people or anything like that. That's not what I'm saying. But dealing with everything at once is just too much for anybody to deal with, you know. Well, thank you, darling, for saying that. I actually am a lot better with physically, mentally, emotionally, all of it, I'd say. And it, like I said earlier on in the start of my journey, it couldn't have come at a better time because of my treatment is imminent. And like I said, once that's all done and dusted, I can move and then start my grieving treatment. That's going to be a bit of a downer, but if I can go through the trauma counselling, I think that will pretty much set me up for the other one. So all's good. So what have you been up to, AK? Anyway, anything apart from hunting, obviously, or trying to hunt, or I don't want to. Or shall I go there and just come out and ask you? And it's probably backfire if I do. It normally does when I ask like loaded questions. It always gets me into trouble and that, but no, I won't ask just in case because I don't want it. I'm not saying you'd put me in a bad mood because I don't think that's entirely possible today. I mean, a few people have tried putting me in a bad mood today and it just doesn't work for me, so it's all good. Oh, Leo, will you get off my bloody foot? Oh, fucking hell. God, my dog is like bloody heavier than me and he won't get off my bloody foot. Ow, son of a... Sorry, guys. Let me just swear at you. Damn. God, I've got pins and needles in several places. I do apologise, guys, but oh, that hurt. I know I've got cracking bones. Cheers, Leo. Thanks for that, big boy. I know you're whacking me with your tail. Thank you. Will you stop doing that? I was going to take some oil today, but lucky I didn't because I don't think I'd be able to control my bloody laughing if I was on the oil today as well. Bloody hell. It was mad because I took some a couple of days ago, just the plain oil, the hemp oil, to see how it'd go and that, because like I hadn't been on the oils for a while. Because the amount I was sleeping and that, because that would have completely mixed with my medications that I was on, and I was sleeping like 20 odd hours of the day anyway. And with oil on top of that, I thought, nah, come off the oil for a while. Come off of some other drugs that I was on with the doctor's knowledge, obviously, and I was still like sleeping loads and loads, and I'm like, well, it's obviously infection that's doing it. But I thought, well, what's the point in going back on the oils and that until I'm feeling fully better, which it backfired a little bit because I was starting to get day and night terrors again. So I know the oil definitely helps with that. So going forwards, I'll be taking oil on a daily basis and that. And don't know whether I'd be taking THC oil though. Yeah, it's nice, but I don't know whether I want to like feel high all day long or not. Then the other one mongs you out, but just the normal stuff. I don't know. I'm going to have work on that one, I think, and see how it goes, I think, and have different oils for different occasions, I think. It's things like with mood swings and that in it, where you feel like you're in a really shit mood one day and you might want to feel like you want to be on a bit of THC or whatever to make you feel better. I don't know whether it will or not. I've gone so many years without smoking weed now. I think if I started on THC in it every day, I think I'd just end up smoking weed again, and that's, I don't know. I think my mum I can't see her frowning upon it because she used to smoke it herself, but I did sort of like make a promise to her, so because she was a bit concerned about me smoking too much because I was like caning it a lot. Leo, what the hell have you got there? Oh, thank you for that. Just don't squeak it. Bloody hell. Oh, this dog today. Oh, I feel like I'm going to strangle him, but I'm not, obviously, but it's the last thing you bloody need. Like, one, when you're on the live stream, he's got 2 squeaky toys in his mouth, bless him. And when he's like got them continually in his mouth, and he's like, I think he's got the one which is eating some of the squeaky bits out of it, thank goodness for that, but it's all bloody nuts when he's like that. It's normally when I'm on the phone or something like that, or talking to like my GP, he always seems to find a toy and sits right next to the phone, starts squeaking out, and I can't hear a word anybody's saying, and it's like, can't really tell him to shut up or anything. Tempting, granted, but oh, he's having fun, bless him. How can I neglect that? I mean, it's always good having fun, isn't it? I'm surprised he's not asleep. We've been out most of the day. And it must admit, I did pass out this afternoon for a few hours, and then we went out, and surprised he's not knackered. I mean, it was about a 3.5 hour walk we went on today. Something like that. Which people in my part of London today have all been, I don't want to say a-holes. Actually, yeah, I do want to say a-holes. I mean, I don't know whether you get this where you guys are, but because I'm mask exempt, and I've obviously got a placard to say so, and you can pretty see it from a mile away because I'm fed up with people like telling me off for not wearing a mask, this, that, and the other. But I found now that people like give you bloody dirty looks if you're not wearing one, and it's like, wow. And you go along the road and you say hello to people, you ask them if they're having a good day and that, and they look at you as if you're some kind of fucking alien or something. It's like, well, what's got your goat up today? And everybody that I bumped into today has been a right dick about things. I mean, I don't get it. I mean, it's a beautiful day, sun was out. I remember whether the people I just bumped into may have been having a shitty day. I hope that's not the case, because I hate when people have a bad day. But now I remember before COVID and that, I always used to be able to say hello to people, and they'd like smile back and say hello and that. But now it's all changed, which is never good. Well, I don't think so anyway. I don't know whether you guys are like me and say hello to people, but one of those things where I'm not going to change who I am as a person just because of a pandemic or they've got a mask on. because you can tell if a person's happy or not by their eyes. The eyes never lie, which is always good, I think, but it's just one of those things where people have just changed a lot, and I hope that it gets back to the point where people start feeling that they can be themselves. And I mean, I've lived in this area for years, and people around here are not normally like that to a degree. I mean, I'm a bit more open when I'm like outside and that, because of coming from Brighton and where I was born, and that's how people are all the time. Moving up here, it's like it was a bit of a culture shock. But then moving further out of London a little bit, people around here are a lot more chilled than they would be, say, in central London. So it's like, I just couldn't believe how people were when we went out today. It's just nuts. And it's like they were all on come downs or something, because they're all moody, and it's, I don't know, craziness. You're right, Shauna. Have you had a bit of an issue with AK or something? I was going to say, what's going on in here? I was like, he hasn't done anything wrong. Well, not to me, but that was an accident. Sorry, AK. Fucking hell. I was like, what the hell is going on now? What have I missed here? But it happens. It's all right, Shauna. It happens. I mean, normally it's my cats that end up timing people out by accident, but don't worry about it. I'm sure AK won't take offence to you. It's like, I don't know. I won't ask why it slipped. Actually, I might edit it about, probably turn the chat into something rude, so now I better not. I've got to be a good girl today, so I'm not going to turn anybody's chat rooms into a perverted site, because because I'm in one of their moods as well. Oh, that came out wrong. Oh, bloody hell. Not in a perverted... Oh. Put my foot in it again, haven't I? Bloody hell. If I'm going to call this Put My Foot in It Saturday... Your hands are wet. I'm still not going to ask, for fuck's sake. Oh, dear me. Don't you have towels where you are? Sorry, sure. I didn't mean to sound like a pervert then, but... Wow. I've just been in a funny mood all day. It's just... I can't even answer the why. I mean, like I say, I haven't been on the Prozac or anything like that, so it's not... What am I going to be like when I go back on that shit? Yeah, I won't ask, but Mark will. Oh, Mark, for fuck's sake, you pervert. Oh, you washing up? Okay. Mind you, that actually happened, what was it, a few months back, when Tony was doing the washing up, and can't remember who was in the room because it was such a long time ago, but they thought he was doing some, it was well long actually, wasn't it? And he thought Tony was doing something disgusting with his, I'm not going into that, but he was just innocently washing up, and it's fucking crazy. Mark will always go there. Mark and I have got similar personalities where we will go direct and straight there, and this is what normally gets us both into trouble after time. But depending on who you're actually talking to, I suppose it doesn't matter too much, because I know you can take a joke, so it's all right. I'm not saying that other people can't. Oh, bloody hell, I'm digging a hole again, aren't I? I might as well just come into these chat rooms with a bloody shovel. I've dug myself good about 25 hours in this live stream so far. I've only been, streaming for an hour and a half. Fucking hell. Like I say, I can't even blame it on my medications or oil or anything because I'm not on them. So it's going to be 50 times worse when I am back on it. But I may ask my doctor if I really need to go back on it, but I'm sure he's probably going to say, because of the treatment and that going on and the PTSD is going to get worse, so I'm probably sure he's going to say, no, you're going to have to take it. It'd be worth a try though, wouldn't it, to try and get out of taking that, because it tastes like absolute crap. Oh, it tastes worse. I don't know if any of you guys have had CBD oil, but it tastes 50 times worse than that. And CBD oil doesn't taste nice at all, but this liquid Prozac is like, oh, it's like battery acid, but worse. And I have accidentally swallowed a bit of that when I was a child, so I do know what it's like. It's, ooh. That was a good A&E job for my mum at the time, but I remember the taste of that, and it's fucking rank. Yeah, I know it's the weekend. As I say, I don't normally mind, but normally when my mind goes there and it sort of like turns to chat, and then everybody starts getting in a perverted mood, and then it turns into a bloody sex room then, and oh dear. I do not want to put my mind right there. No, not right now. I mean, I've only just started to get fully better, and yeah, I mean, my energy levels have got back up there, and to what they used to be. But I think it's too early to have for me to have one of those sort of nights where it'll probably turn into a several-hour live stream, and I'm not doing that yet. Fuck no. I promised my friend that if I go live today that I won't be a long one, because he's worried that I'll overdo it. So, which is never good. But yeah, I might have a mix later on. Actually, or should I give my neighbours a break? What do you reckon, Mark? Should I give my neighbours a break, or should I crank it up again? Actually, I might be kinder and not get the drum and bass out this time. And just saying that, though, my speakers will pick up the bass or anything, so I might just use my monitor speakers. That'd be lower, wouldn't it? Actually, that makes sense. So, what are you guys like on the beers or smoking that tonight, or are you being good people as well? I'm not saying it's bad to be on drinking, smoking, all of that, because it'd be a bit hypocritical of me, wouldn't it? I used to be a pothead myself, so not as bad as some of you, granted, but when you're when you've got like lots of DJ friends and that, and you're like having house parties a lot, and they'd come round and that, and you sort of like get at least 10 DJs in a room, and they've all got like smoke, and we'd all have what, at least a quarter each, and that is a lot of smoke between all of us, and it's it just turned into a massive like pile of bodies everywhere. Crazy. Hi Gessie, how are you? Haven't seen you around for a little while. Are you're teetotal, are you, Sean? Okay, right on. I'm the same. I haven't had booze in bloody hell, over 20 years. I just never got on with it. I think seeing my stepmother and father going out on the lash all the time, and seeing my stepfather turn my mum into an alkie and doing all of that, that sort of like put me off. And then seeing him get violent on it, that certainly put me off. And some of my friends would like get on the bodies and that, and it'd be that they're lovely people normally, but you put some vodka in some people, and it's like they've like flipped a switch, and it's like, whoa, no, I can't be doing any of that. Wife swap. I'm not even gonna go into what you mean by that, but would you prefer smoking, Sean, or do you prefer smoking solids or green, or don't you have a preference? As I say, like my favourite smokes out of the green would have to be Northern Lights, and solid wise it'd have to be pollen for me, but that's quite hard to get hold of at the moment. Pollen is. I'm not sure about Northern Lights because I'll say I haven't smoked it in years, but buddies, no, it's not a swinging party, fuck's sake. No, no. I mean, having my husband in the room and other people. I mean, there were one other female, and the rest of my friends were male. I would have been a bit of a mad one for me and my husband, don't you think? No, nothing like that. No. I didn't. I mean, it all like when you got like 10 people in the room, and they're sort of like, because my living room's not that big. Like when you like have all the DJ equipment and speakers, it takes up a lot of room anyway. I mean, you like got 10 people in a room, and like quite a few of my friends are very tall. And one of them's what, 6'6", the other 6'5". A couple of them are 6'3", the rest of them are what, 5'11", something like that. So if you can think that when people have had like quite a lot to smoke and that, you know what it's like if you've ever been smoking weed and that, you just sort of like, you don't white it out or anything, like it wasn't that bad, but I'd always be the last one up. So it'd be like, oh, see you guys later, I'm going off to bed. And that'd be like 10 o'clock in the morning the next day or something, you know. And there's a new kind of pollen flood in the UK. What, in a good way or a bad way? I mean, if it's any good, then I don't know, I get some for like my pain and that, because I don't know whether you guys have found this, but smoking pollen gets rid of pain very quickly. And it's not so heady either, as I find smoking a lot of green makes you quite heady. That's just me, so. Oh, no, in a good way, cool. it depends what part of the country you can get it, though, innit? I mean, I wouldn't know where to start around here at the moment because, like I say, I haven't smoked it in years. I'd have to go over the other side of London, I think, if I wanted to get any smoke. But I don't know whether it'd be, like I say, I don't know whether it'd be worth it or not going back on smoking and that. Because you can't really, this is the thing, you can't really put pollen in a pipe. You literally have to skin it up, and I don't really like baccy, so because I don't smoke fags, so it's one of them things. And then I'd have to find gentle rolling tobacco as well, which I've just got over a chest infection, so that's probably not the best idea either. I think my GP would fucking kick my ass if I started smoking right now. Bloody hell. Are you pulling my chain? I mean, obviously, like, they grow a lot of stuff in Holland, but are you being serious? Are you pulling my chain here? I haven't done a bucket bong in, oh my God. I haven't done a normal bong in years, but yeah, like a bucket bong. Fuck shit, fucking hell. Bringing back memories now. I think the last time I did a bong was, cool. It's when I lived in Brighton, for goodness sake, and that's several years ago now. Goodness me, the last time I did a bong. That must be going on about 12 years, I'd say. Easily 12 years. I mean, doing bongs is never pretty because you end up coughing up your right or left lung, you know, it's one of them things. But they were good at the time, but the after effects, and then you get some idiot who will knock the bong over, and then you got bong water all over your freaking carpet. I used to do my nutting all the time, but what can you do about that? That's why I decided not to do them anymore, because it just got to the stage where you're just coughing too much and you're getting too high. And I don't know whether there's such a thing as too high, but in the smoking world, but with bongs, when it goes straight to your head like that and you can't move for a while, sometimes that's the best way to be, but other times it's not when you've got things to do. So bit of a mismatch there for me. But I didn't really miss it, to be fair. I still like miss smoking joints occasionally, but like when you make a promise to your old dear and now she's not around, it'd feel like I'd be like swearing at her up in heaven. So I don't know if I want to be doing that. If you can't see straight, do another bong. Yeah, been there, done that, and been on a few mad ones where you can't see at all, and nights like that where you're like that, and it can be fun, but if you're doing it all the time, it gets a bit tedious. I personally think. And I don't know, being on a natural high is always better than being on a chemical one now. I personally think, because I haven't obviously taken any of that stuff in a long time, and I haven't been raving for a long time, and I haven't done any illegals or anything. So it's like, now I'm at that place where I'm doing a lot of things to help my mental well-being and meditating and all that. So I'm not being naturally higher in life is better than being chemically higher in life. Well, just my personal opinion. You getting your bong out, are you? Don't blame you. I don't mind if other people want to get high, but It's certainly not going to be me today. Definitely not. I've done enough coughing my guts out for the past, month and a half to last a lifetime, so I might be doing that for a while. Oh, it's going to start to get louder and my dog started snoring, so I apologise in advance, everybody. My cat's snoring behind my head and now my dog started to snore. Oh, who would have pets? Mind you, saying that, I wouldn't be in such a good mood now if I didn't have them, so they're a pain in the backside, but then they're good at the same time. What can you do, you know? I may look into that though and find out about this pollen, because a few of my friends still smoke, so I might ask them and see, test it out on them first and see how white they go. Because I'm evil like that. It'd be well worth it. See how getting them on the white in, see, you know. Hi, Clint. How are you, darling? Nice to see you. How's your wife doing and your dog? Hope your wife's all good and that. And that she hasn't been working you too hard and you haven't been eating too much chocolate. Mind you, saying that, how can you eat too much chocolate? That's a bit of a misnomer there, but oh, you're back. Oh, okay. So what have you been up to, Clint? Anything interesting? I think the last time I spoke to you, you were gardening or something. Oh, I'm glad your dogs are good. It's nothing worse than when your dogs are poorly, and that is for one, it costs a fucking fortune in vet's bills. You worry yourself sick, and it always puts you in a downer. It does me anyway. Just munching on a Cornish pasty. Oh my goodness. I haven't had one of those in years either, since I'd moved. It's from actually like being born in that part of the country as well. It's like, I don't know, because when you're down that way, you eat a lot of them, and it sort of like puts you off for life, I think. There's nothing wrong with them, obviously, but you've been spending lots of money. Oh, that's not good. I want pet insurance. Oh, that's a bloody pain in the ass. They're right there. I remember getting Leo's insurance renewed and that, and they weren't going to renew the policy, but luckily they did, because I found out looking into all these other insurance policies, because he's got a couple of issues, not nothing major or anything, but if he went to the vet with any of it, they won't pay for that. So it's like, what is the point of having freaking pet insurance when they won't pay for ongoing issues? It's like, oh, for goodness sake, bunch of a-holes. Oh no, not on a pasty. Fuck's sake! Who can spend a fortune on a pasty? It'd have to be a bloody good one. Now we're talking about pet insurance here, because Clint was talking about his dogs and that. He's spending lots of money. The Ginster's all right, I suppose. I haven't had the other variety, but you found a bone in your pasty. Oh, that's not good now. Hope you haven't broken a tooth on it, because that would be freaking painful. Ouch. mean, I haven't ever found a bone in a pasty, but when you find bones in other things and you nearly end up breaking your teeth, it's like, that's never good. I hope it's not a bone and it's just a bit of, I don't know, something hard, like gristle or something like that. It serves you right for eating junk food anyway. You should always eat healthier, or try to. I'm the right one to talk, because since I've been here, I've just been eating a lot of ice cream for my throat, and that's not good either. £96 for 2 dogs for a month? Are you kidding me? What did they want, like a few gold bars as well? Fuck me. I didn't mean literally, by the way. Figure of speech. For £46, still quite a bit though for 2 dogs for a month. That's still quite high. Because I don't even pay that much for Leo's. Leo's is 16, I think. I have to check my bank statement, but yeah, I think it's about £16 a month, something like that. I mean, I may get discount because of he's a working dog. I don't know, but I wouldn't have thought so, because insurance companies are wankers like that. But that's never good. But it's like when you phoned up, was it when you tried to phone up Sky, wasn't it? And they were trying to rip you off with that. And I turned around and said to you, phone them back up and say you want a deal, and they gave you money off or something. Wasn't that right? Was that with you? Because that was months ago as well. No, I know. I feel you there, Clint. I mean, I completely get it. When my next door neighbour poisoned Catherine, and that was fucking brutal. Excuse my language. She nearly died, and I mean, giving an animal antifreeze is evil in itself, but I honestly thought I'd lose her. Luckily for me, she's okay now, but it weren't a bone. That's cool then, so your teeth are fine. Yeah, I told you that number was a good one, didn't I? I mean, I actually, I couldn't believe this happened. Fucking right time for the bank to bloody do one on me. When I was poorly and didn't have a voice, I mean, some of you guys heard how bad my voice was, but it actually got worse than that, and my own kids couldn't even understand what I was saying. So the bank, the evil bastards, put a stop on my bank card, and I'm like, what the freaking hell? Because I didn't do it. There was nothing wrong with it. And I just thought about all my payments. I was getting emails from all these people saying, "Oh, your payments." I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake! I couldn't even phone the bank because I couldn't speak. And I'm like, oh shit, here we go. So I've only just literally got my bank card back today after waiting a month for it. And oh bloody hell, that's a fucking headache and a half. And I phoned that Sky number up today, and they sorted it out within minute and a half, done and dusted, direct debit done, sorted. They're wicked, they're lovely people. Near Maidenhead. No. As you can hear, I'm a Londoner, sweetheart. I'm not near Maidenhead, but what is it you need, Chris? Because I do know a few people from that area. So did I give my dog vodka? No, I don't give my dog vodka. No, what it was? No. My next door neighbour, she's got a thing about cats and that, and it was my youngest cat that got out of the house, and she had the next door neighbour put some meat down and it had antifreeze in it, and my cat got poisoned. I would never give my dog alcohol. Behave. He's bloody wild enough sometimes about alcohol. Giving a dog vodka. No. Oh. So you're having a PIP assessment, or is it an ESA assessment? Because I had my ESA assessment over the phone, and that was pretty all right, but I would never have a PIP assessment over the phone because that is a whole new ball game right there. Ah, it's the PIP one, right? I get you. You have to be, and I know this from my own personal experience, you have to be on the high rate of on the mobility part of the PIP, which I'm sure you would be because of your wife's condition. You get, depending on what car you want, you have to, obviously the age of the car and how many miles and all that. You may have to put some money towards it if you want a more decent car. You get free car tax, tyres, I think, and either a deal on petrol or insurance. I'm not one or the other because I don't drive it anymore, so it's like I haven't a clue how it works now. But I didn't know that, but I just took her to the vet. I mean, and that was a cat, not my dog. So yeah, I gathered it. You meant the PIP assessment when you said the mobility part, because ESA doesn't have a mobility part. But I don't know how they can do that assessment over the phone. It's impossible because half the time when you're talking to these people at PIP, they're not even doctors. It's absolutely ridiculous. No, I actually got that. I actually got what he meant, Chris. So it's like it's all cool, but he actually asked me if I gave the dog vodka. But when I was saying about the poisoning, that was my cat, not my dog. So that's where it got a bit like skewy, but it's all cool. I don't think you'd have to pay a deposit for one of those. Yes, you have got the right, and I would definitely ask for that because I remember having a PIP assessment before, and he actually come round to my house, and I actually like asked him what his qualifications were, because when he was talking of going in, this is after he was going into like the neurology stuff, and he didn't have a clue, and I'm like, I said, whoa, stop right there. I said, what kind of doctor are you? And he like looked at me. He's a chiropractor, for goodness sake. And I said, no offence, but I want a real doctor here, one that understands neurology and one that understands the other parts of my body, like with the orthopod side of things, because I knew that he didn't know what he was talking about. So what is the point in him doing all these things on me if he doesn't even know what he's doing? I thought, nah, I'm not having it. I had to wait another, I think it was 6-7 weeks. And then I got a fully qualified doctor out, and they actually showed me they were qualified. So yeah, you can, and I would ask for one too. Oh, I've never actually been there. Is it nice? I do like churches. I don't know why, because I do believe in all of that, but because I'm half Christian, but I just think churches now are beautiful buildings. I must say more prefer temples more than churches, but as another part of my religion. So what on earth was you doing in Coventry Cathedral, or is that a bit personal to ask? Actually, I was going to say, Clint, if you want some advice on all this PIP stuff, you've got my email and that. If you email me, I'll send you my phone number and we can have it out on the phone, and I can give you plenty of advice on how to deal with the DWP and PIP, because I've had so much shit from them guys. They have tried loads of different shit to do this, that, and the other, and it gets to the point where you just want to kill them. I wouldn't ever be violent to them, but you just get to that point, and they put you there deliberately, I think. Well, exactly, Chris. That they will do that, and it's one of those things where this is what gets me. I mean, if it's blatant fraud, I can understand it, but when you're dealing with people with disabilities and things like that, you get people where they have a good day, and you get people when they have a really bad day, and you get mixtures of the two. And when you're filling in those forms, I found in the past where you all, and I've been advised to do this by different people of the DWP as well, they've said always put down your worst days, because if you put down, like, say if you're having a good day, they will take that as like a base rate of all your answers, and then you get fucked basically. I don't mean literally, but they get brutal when it comes to trying to get you off disability benefits and that. I mean, I remember years ago when I first applied for DLA, and because I was told to by all my docs and everything else, and I only filled in the mobility section because everything else is fine. Well, not fine, but I was coping, so I only filled in the mobility part because they had sections with DLA. And they only had the cheek to write back to me to say, oh, sorry, you can't have it because you're not mentally impaired. And I'm like, you fucking what? And I had an ongoing battle with them for 5 fucking years because of all of this. So I had so many battles with the DWPA with disability payments. So I've gone through it all. So I do not mind giving people advice about how to deal with them a-holes. But wow, if they can get out of paying you money, they will. But it's like I said, this time out when I had my ESA done over the phone, I couldn't believe how nice they were about it. Like I said, I thought I was talking to somebody else. I thought they were crank calling me. Okay, you can email me now, sweet as, and you can sort this out. I don't have a problem with that, and it's all cool. It's at least what you would hope, wouldn't you? That, because I'm pretty sure. Now I found out that they're doing face-to-face counselling. So now surely they'd be doing face-to-face PIP assessments because it's the same sort of job. I may be wrong. I mean, I've got the number for whether it's Capita or Atos, I've got the number 4. Well, both of them are a-holes anyway, but that's here nor there. But I'll look up the number I've got, and I'll ask them if they're doing face-to-face appointments and take it from there for you. Oh wow! God bloody hell! So if you can communicate with people and you can pick up the phone, so this is a bit of a scenario. So what if you have a day, so I have days like this sometimes where I can't even bloody move. And I also have days where I black out. As you guys know, I blacked out on live streams before, which is never good. And with my epilepsy too. So throwing all that into the mix, well, I had days where I'm relatively good, but other days I can be the complete flip side of that. So this is why I'm saying some people are like that and they don't take that into consideration. It's fucking nuts. I'll look in a minute, Clint, and I will get back to you soon. I do. Oh, fuck's sake, I've got a numb elbow. I do promise you that. When I say I'm going to do something, I will do it. I was going to say, do you mean literally? But then I read the rest of the bloody comment. Fuck's sake. So I'm in one of them moods today where, oh dear me, get my fat out of my mouth again. Well, I can see sort of like people cutting grass and gardening, and that's a little bit different to like just then laying or sitting down doing a live stream talking to me. That's a little bit different than, I mean, I wouldn't be able to use gardening tools. I'd end up hacking something off. You had to punch out. That's not good either. Bloody hell. Apart from me, it sounds like everybody's having a real bad day. Sorry, guys. So, like, it seemed like all the time that when I was like being ill and all crappy and everything and being a right mardy cow, now that's all like worn off. It's sort of like now gone on to you guys. Sorry. Oops. That's never good though. I'd get your opinion on this, guys. I mean, I don't know what you think about this, like with people's accents. But my dad only had the cheek to bloody have a go at me because, like, I've been talking to my uncle a lot, and obviously, you know, he's from Manchester and that, and I've got friends up north as well, which I've been talking to too, quite a lot recently. And obviously, I've lived in Manchester for a couple of years myself, and where I was born originally had an accent from there, and when you mix that part of the southern accent with parts of like the northern that I picked up, and then you've got the London Brighton accent, it all sort of like mixes into one. But like when you've been speaking to like a northerner for quite a while, my dad only has the bloody cheek to turn around and say that I'm losing my heritage. I mean, I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? He's frightened that when I move up north, I'm going to bloody lose all of my southernness, whatever. I don't even know what the hell he was going on about, but wow. Because I apparently used the word Mardy on my dad, and I won't be doing that again if I can help it. It just sort of like flew out, and it's like, whoa. And my dad is a bit of a weird one like that. He doesn't like. I'm not saying he doesn't like Northerners. That nearly came out wrong. Because he's a Southerner through and through, and he's also a Hammers fan as well, which you can't get much worse than that, unfortunately. Which always gets me into trouble. It's like getting all my family together is never bring up football because that just turns into a full blown row. I just keep my gob shut when it comes to that. But half of my family are Spurs fans, the other are Hammers, and I'm the only one in the family now that supports a completely different team. So it's like, I'm not getting into this fight. And I think I mentioned to my uncle that I agreed to go to Old Trafford with a friend. And he told my old man, and God, did I get it in the neck. What's wrong with going? Plenty of things wrong with it, I suppose, because Man U aren't. They were a good team, okay, but I don't even know how my friend talked me into that one. But how the hell I managed to talk myself into going to Old Trafford is like, I'm not getting out of it either, because when I make a promise, I stick to it. But fucking hell, I'm never going to hear the end of it. What is it with men in football sometimes that they take it so fucking seriously? It's like, whoa, chill out. At least they're a good team to watch, I suppose. So, and it's not a bad football ground, so it'll be all right to a degree. But then I flipped it on my friend to say to him, right, now I'm coming to Old Trafford. Now you've got to come to Villa Park, and he's got to have to wear the actual shirt as well. So if he's going to make me wear a Man U top, then fuck that. Otherwise, it ain't happening. It'd be so much better when people can start watching sports again properly, how it's supposed to be, and people going out properly again, going on nights out and forgetting what their names are and that. And not that I've done that for a while, but I've always remembered I never got to that sort of stage, but I know other people have. When you go out with a big group of people and they've all been drinking and doing all kinds of things and they're all in the right mess, and I'm the only one with a clear head, it gets to a point where you're like, oh God, get me home now. When you're like a babysitter to like 20 people, it's never good. It's a big fucking mess. Especially when you're in like the central part of London and you've got to get back home and trying to get 20 people on a train that can hardly speak. It's one of those things where you've got to sort of like have the patience of a saint. Which I won't be going out in a night like that for a long time. I can't see that happening. 20 people is a bit too much for me to handle right now. Fuck that shit. God bloody hell. I said I wasn't going to go past 2 bloody hours. I've fucking broken my promise already. Oops, sorry. I'm going to finish the stream soon anyway because I'm going to take my meds and that, which it's got to be done within a certain amount of time of me eating. Don't know why you have to have tablets around certain times of you eating food, and that is weird. Because there's been times I haven't been able to eat a thing and I've still had to take it, and it just does the same thing, but I don't know. It's absolutely nuts. When did you say your assessment was, Clint? Did you put it in the chat? I can't remember if you said the actual date or not. No, I don't think you actually put the date in it. Oh, yes, you did. Fucking hell, I'm going blind. Oh, Monday. You may have to talk to them and then see if there's any way you can get a face-to-face or something. If I'd have known about this before, you could have got this changed, but right at the last minute, you don't want them stopping your benefits completely because they can use that against you as well. And it all depends if you're going to be answering the questions on behalf of your missus or whether your missus is going to be answering it. I don't know how you guys do it or how you've got it set up, but I feel sorry if you're having to deal with a DWP on a Monday morning or afternoon. That's never good talking to them anyway, but Mondays, I was lucky. I think mine was on a Friday, and it was supposed to be in the afternoon, and she calls me up at, what was it, 9 o'clock in the morning, I think it was, and said, I hope you don't mind, but I had a few cancellations. Would you mind doing it right now? And I'm like, what the fuck? I was like half asleep. It all went away, but I think if you're good to them, they'd be good to you back to a degree, you know? My dog's snore's getting louder. This is the thing, when you have a big dog like this, I mean, he snores worse than any man that I've ever been around, and he's a bloody animal. I mean, I can hear him snoring next door with both doors closed. He'll hear him snoring through the bloody wall still. It's bloody ridiculous. You still alright, guess who? What happened to Guess Who won then? I mean, are there several Guess Who's now, or are they like your same account, or are they like different accounts of different people? Because I guess I haven't been on YouTube for ages, apart from last night. Not that I mind people coming in with different accounts. That's not what I'm saying either. It's like I was saying earlier on, I'm not going to be getting involved with other people's stuff anymore. I'm just going to be dealing with my own, and people want to ask for help with certain stuff. If I can do it and I've got the energy to, I will, but I'm going to sort of like keep it to a minimum where I'm not going to be overdoing anything. I think you guys would agree, having counselling coming up, which is going to knock my head off pretty much emotionally. I'm looking forward to get it out of the way, but I'm dreading it as well, if that makes sense. Oh, you're a movement, are you? That's a bold statement right there. I won't ask what kind of movement, because that's a loaded question, but there's nothing wrong with movements at all. As long as you're not out there hurting anybody, which I'm sure you're not. Oh, I should really hope not, because and that's never good. Hurting people's feelings or body parts isn't a good thing. And I've worked out myself that doing this now and going there, and it's going to damage my mental health, going negative, because that's not really what I'm about to my core. So it's like, it's not what I want to do. It's not where I want to go. It's not where I want to be either. That makes any sense. And I mean, obviously, when I move out of London, I mean, I'll be a lot happier anyway. I'm bumping into this person who attacked me on a regular basis, and it's not just in this area as well. It's in other parts of like Kingston and that one. I'm bumping into him as well, and it's like, is it coincidence, or is this guy following me again? It's I don't know. Look at our content. Whereabouts? Oh, you yanking my chain again. This is the thing, and I never know with you guys whether you're being serious or not. Because not that I mind if you're not. I don't mind having a joke with people, but I think I saw in one chat there was a number 4 of you, and I'm like, am I actually watching that right? And that was ages ago, but at least 2 months. It may have even been longer than that. I can't remember. Have I decided where I'm moving to? Oh, I've been talking to my uncle about this, and this is the thing. He wants me out of London now, and obviously that's not exactly feasible. But because there is no way I'm going to go down to the bottom of the actual waiting list for another lot of treatment. I've been waiting way too long for this. So I said to my uncle, I said, look, I'm going to have my trauma counselling, because I've been waiting ages for that. As soon as that's done and dusted, we'll talk about where, because yeah, I could move to Manchester straight away, no problem. I could live with my uncle. I've had other people in Manchester saying I can stay with them if I want to. That isn't the issue. But when I did live in Manchester, lovely people. They didn't have a problem with the place or the people or anything like that. But there was just something missing. And I don't know what it was for me. It just something felt off. And this is going to be like a full-on, probably permanent move. And I want to challenge myself in a way. I want to be in a place where I'm near family, but not on top of them. Because I want to be like able to deal with stuff on my own to a degree as well, because of all what's gone on. So I'm going up to York in a few weeks to check out some councils and that, because I've got my uncle's anniversary thing I'm doing with my other uncle. It's the first anniversary of his death. It just passed, and I wasn't well enough, and my uncle said, don't worry, we'll do it next month. So I said, fair enough. And I don't know why he desperately wants me to move up to Manchester again. I mean, maybe he needs it more than I do. I don't know. Because I'd never want to hurt my uncle. He's a lovely man, and he's a lot more like a dad than than my dad in a way. And that may sound awful, but my dad is a bit of a funny man around emotions and stuff. He's not the kind of person that shows emotion, expresses it, or anything like that. And I'm the complete opposite. So when you're living with a person that won't show anything, it flares me up a little bit, which is not a very nice thing to say about your dad, but it's just the way it is. I sort of like gathered that, but where did 3 and 4 come from then? I mean, was that a piss take, or was that somebody else? I don't know. I mean, that was just nuts. I was like, how many more of these guys are going to come out of the woodwork? We're going to be on like 70 soon or something. It was a bit nuts. Oh, I know moving out of London is what I need, because I saw him the other day, and instead of me getting scared or freezing up or anything like that, I got really angry. And for me to get that angry terrified me for a start. And it was like Hulk-like anger. And I've only ever been like that twice in my life. Oh, 3 times including that. And the last time was when my stepfather tried to kill my mum. And I nearly killed him. So I know I can go there. And to get that feeling again when I've spent years working on my temper, and the fact that I can be in other parts of like Kingston, or which Kingston is like a few miles from my house. It's not like it's like right around the corner where normally I bump into him. It's like in this area, but I'm bumping into him in other areas. So it's like, oh, for fuck's sake. And I think personally, for me, for my mental well-being and my treatment to work properly, it's got to be out of here. I mean, before it happened, I love living around here. It's a beautiful part of the country. I mean, Londoners are a pain in the ass, granted, but you've got rush hour traffic, which is bad, twice a day, which you don't ever want to travel on public transport during rush hour down here, ever, because you always want to punch someone in the face, and that is just on a regular day. But to get over all of that and everything else, I've been thinking about it for 8 months now, I'd say, where I felt that I needed to move, and I was sort of like reluctant to do it. And when I had my heart attack, that's what decided it for me, I think. So it's all good. But trolls took down your channel, or trolls are the other 3 and 4? You keep it very short and sweet, aren't you? You're making me actually want to think about what your answers actually mean, which isn't a problem. It's going to be somewhere in the York area, and that's a massive area, I know. But I'm going to let Leo decide that for me, I think, because he's got to be happy where he's living, because he saves my life every day. So if he doesn't like the area, then no, I don't actually. Is that a good person to know, or are you taking the piss again? I can never tell if you're pulling my chain or not. Oh dear. Yeah, I know. I mean, so if I don't like York and that, then I would just move to Manchester. It's simple, isn't it? Because I've lived there. I know I can survive there. I mean, apparently it's changed a lot, but I've got mates out there. I've got family out there. My dad's moved partially up north. It's not as far up north as where I'm moving to, but I'm going to see my dad a lot more, which I need to do really. Because since my mum's passed away, it's like, I've got to really look after my dad now. But it's not going to be an easy move. I mean, it's hundreds of miles away for a start, and when you've got 2 cats and a dog as well, it's going to be interesting, put it that way. But it's all good fun and games though, isn't it? And obviously my neighbours out there are going to love it when I bloody turn my decks on for the first time, because my sound system is rather loud, so I've got to be mindful of that too, unless they do like music. Well, hopefully they do, otherwise I'm going to get me into serious trouble. I mean, do you have any ideas, guys, on parts of York that are nice, that aren't too crazy and aren't too quiet? Because I don't need crazy and I don't need too quiet either. Because I've never lived in a quiet place at all. That would be way too weird for me, I think. Being born in the part of the country I was born in, then moving to Brighton, then London. I mean, Brighton is quite a big place as well, and it's always loads of shit going on down there. Then moving to London is even worse. So now that I'm used to this, it's like quietness. I think they'd be able to bloody hear my music in the next town over if I was to do that. And that would not be good for anybody's eardrums. God bloody hell, my bloody dog's crushing me again. Oh dear me. God dear me, he's such a bloody heavy dog. Ow, son of a... Ouch. Sorry guys, that's my feet cracking. I try not to crack my bones, especially if I'm on a live, because a lot of people think that's like nails on a chalkboard. I do apologise if you heard that. Oh, now the dog's moved. Oh, bloody hell, that's typical. It takes about 10 minutes to move my freaking foot, and I move it out of the way and he moves. Fuck's sake. That's my dog for you. I didn't want to wake him up, bless him. I mean, that's the last thing I want to do, because he's peacefully asleep. You know, I can feel he's twitching and everything, and I'm not surprised he's bloody tired today after the 3.5 mile walk we had, so it's all cool. Hopefully he stays asleep now. And if I do have a mix later on, that's going to wake him up, innit? And half the neighbourhood as well, but I think I might have a quiet night and listen to some tunes with my headphones on. That might be the best thing to do for everybody in the neighbourhood today. Yeah, that's what a lot of people have been saying. Jamie and Tony were saying that, and Turbo was saying the same sort of thing as well. And a few of my friends from Manchester were sort of like saying similar things. So Yes, I do. I do know Chris. Obviously, I mean, who doesn't know Chris? I mean, there are several Chris's on YouTube, but I didn't know that's what you call it. See, I haven't been on YouTube for a while, and why not do you call him Scooter Boy? Or is that going to get me into trouble asking that question? Because actually, he got given one, didn't he, ages ago, and I thought he got rid of it. Or did he get another one? Oh, I don't know. Too many things have gone on. Hi, Mikey. How are you? Yeah, well, it's sort of nice to be back, and it isn't. It isn't. Because, like I said earlier, I've had a lovely break from stress of not listening to people like ripping into each other and that, and dealing with arguments left, right, and centre and stuff. And I've been so like relaxed and chilled out, and got back to my old self again. It's like, do I want to go back on YouTube yet? And I'm thinking, well, I'll come and see how it is today and see how I feel. And I haven't had too much trouble. I mean, you know how it is, so. But I'm not going to be sweating the small stuff, and trolls and that can do what they want to a degree. But as long as it's not blatantly attacking somebody. I mean, I'll be doing a lot of my own like modding in here. I've got a higher tolerance because before a few, not so much of the mods that I've got now, but some of the mods I had before were very spanner happy, and then you kind of have that in people's rooms really, if they're not really doing things that aren't too bad or borderline. But this is the thing that when you've got people with PTSD, you have to be mindful and careful about what you talk about and what you say. So it's like, ooh, I don't know, it's crazy. And probably shouldn't be saying that word as well. Talk about mental health, and that's bad too. Sorry, guys. No, you're right, but the reason I came on for such a long time, it wasn't obviously to do with all of that crap that went on before. I mean, obviously, if I hadn't have come down with a massive infection in my chest and throat and in my ear and all of that, I mean, it would not go. I mean, I sounded absolutely awful, and when I'm sure you probably heard me on live streams before. My voice is really, really bad, but it was getting to the stage where I was having to have IVs and stuff at home, and they were sort of like saying, "Oh, you should be in hospital dealing with this," and I'm like, no, because it's stressful. Stress for me is a trigger for my epilepsy too. So it's getting to the point where I was having so many seizures, like because I have two different kinds, like pseudo seizures, which are like fake seizures, but you get all the actual effects of a normal seizure, but it makes you feel different. And then you have tonic-clonic ones as well, which they are brutal. And when you're having so much of those a day, and you're having to do a normal life as well as coming doing live streams and then dealing with all of that stuff that went on with backstages and people shouting and screaming at each other, and it's like, oh no, I'm not dealing with this anymore. It just gets to that point where you've got to think, is this doing me any favours really, when I felt like crap anyway? And the fact that it took 2 months for me to get from that to this, and I'm still having treatment for this now. I don't think I have to have any more IVs. Hopefully fucking not, they hurt. but I'm still having like painkiller injections for when I threw my back out, because I don't want my back to seize up again and be back to square one, because I can actually get about now and outside, and I'm quite happy about it too. Which Leo is well pleased about, because it was mad, because I'd had people come round to walk him, but he would not leave me alone, so he didn't want to leave me in the house on my own. And it's like a dog that doesn't want to go out to walk. But I knew if I could get into my chair and move about to do that, he wouldn't have a problem. He'd be straight out the door with me. But he's got a thing about leaving me, and it's not a separation anxiety thing or anything like that. He knew I was in a bad way, and he won't leave me if I'm in a bad way. So it's like, what do you do? So they don't want me going back down that route, but I want to get off of these injections as soon as possible, because of what it is and that. And I don't want to be taking stuff like this long term. It's bad enough the painkillers I'm on, yet I don't extra ones as well, because I don't feel I need them anymore. I said today to the matron, I said, look, do I really have to have them? I feel good, I mean, yeah, I'm in pain obviously, because I had pain most days, but it's not where I'm like in tears or anything, or want to like scream my head off or anything like that. And he said, no, the doctors give me strict instructions, and I'm like, okay, whatever you need to do. Yeah, I do have a good dog. This is the thing though. I mean, I don't know whether you have a dog yourself, but if a dog doesn't get exercise, and a decent amount of it, like structured exercise, then they can go a little bit naughty, even though they are trained. I mean, Leo's trained very well, but the first few times he went out, oh my God, he was a right little shit bag. Only because of the fact that he hadn't been out properly in a while, and that wasn't his fault or mine, but it is what it is. But now I'm like back to my old self. It's like he's not like that anymore, which is cool. But when I move up north, it's going to be better for him, I think, because he'll have more of an outdoors that he can call his own. And the fact that quite a few people up north have got cars and that, it's like, oh, we'll take you places and that. And I'm like, okay, I don't mind. I'm not going to say no to that, because obviously I don't know what transport's going to be like up north yet. That's going to be a whole new learning experience as well, isn't it? Learning areas and all of that. I mean, I'm only going to be up in Yorkshire for about 4 days. I'm going to be in Manchester for a couple as well. And if I can get my friend to look out for my cats, and I'll stay up there a bit longer. But it should be a laugh though, trying to like work out where I'd be able to deal with, whether they'd be able to deal with me actually is another question. But it's going to be strange again, but I do actually think it's going to be the best for everybody in the family, because all my family's concerned, or that know about what went on. Some family members in my family still don't know what's gone on, but that's a conversation to be had soon. But the funny thing about it is that my son might be moving with me, and my brother might be as well. And it's like, oh, okay. which is going to be a bit of a mad one, having my brother and my son living with me for a while. It's going to be a bit mental, but not that I'd mind, because obviously my son is a lot like me and my brother is more like me than my sister. If it was my sister, I'd probably end up killing her after 2 days, but sibling rivalry, what can I say? Oh no, I know that. I mean, I was like exercising. I'm trying. It's a bit hard when you throw your back out, but I was like playing fetch with him indoors for quite a while and doing what I could do indoors. But it's not the same as structured exercise outside. And he can let himself out into the garden because he opened and closed his doors and that. So, but it's just making sure that my neighbour hadn't put extra holes in my fence or broken the bloody lock off my gate, because she tends to do that. She's she's a mental case. She really doesn't like the dog, and I don't understand why. It all stemmed from this was a while ago now, where she cut loads of her trees down in her garden, and I didn't know that where she'd done gardening and that, and rearranged her garden and moved her shed over, that there was a small hole, and Leo managed to get through to her back garden, and she's got like 6-foot fences all the way round, so he couldn't get out and he couldn't get back through because there were branches in the way and that. So it's like, oh shit. So I literally had to jump in my chair, go all the way round to see this woman. I said, look, is that okay if I can get my working dog out of the garden? And she wasn't home, and it was just her 2 kids that were home. And they said, oh, the side gate's locked. I said, well, is it okay if you can just get him and bring him through? It'll only take like 30 seconds. They went, yeah, sure, don't mind. And I'd say about an hour and a half later on, this woman comes round with her kids and starts effing and blinding and screaming in my face. And because I went to the door on my knees, and I was like, bloody hell. I mean, he didn't go to the toilet in a garden or anything. He was only in a garden, what, less than 5 fucking minutes. And she has the cheek to start laying into me, and I'm like, bloody hell. And after that, she was calling the old bill, saying I was a drug dealer, this, that, and the other. I was running a whorehouse, and this it turned pretty bad. And I feel sorry for the person who's going to be doing the housework with me, because not only has that person got to deal with the neighbour that lives on the back of me, but the neighbour that lives on the other side of me as well is pretty much of a nutcase as well. So like 2 of them, which I'm not going to miss that. I'm telling you, it's craziness. Okay. Nothing wrong with cathedral photos. What is it, like the windows you've been looking at, or what? Because I know, like, some people in churches have different things that they like about them, and I'm not saying you're a church spot or anything like that. That came out a bit wrong, but you know what I'm saying. It's quite a few down here that you'd like, but I'm not sure whether they're open to the public yet. Like St Paul's and Westminster and that are lovely places to go inside and look into, but I'm not sure whether they're open. And Windsor, there's a nice one there too. Got some nice places down here. I'm going to be asking about the neighbours before I move. Trust me on that one. mean, I've been living in this place since 2009, so I've had enough of dealing with nutty neighbours. This is the thing, like, when my other half lived there, he was always arguing with the woman at the back, and I was like, what the hell are they arguing about? I never got involved in it because I don't like conflict whatsoever, and I never asked him about it because he never mentioned it, and it had nothing really to do with me, and I sort of like found out for myself now, and no wonder he didn't tell me because I probably would have gone round in there and smacked her one, but that was when my temper was a lot more heated than it is now because I've been working on it for years. But wow, that woman, she would give a lot of you a run for your money. I mean, actually, I tell her to start up a YouTube channel. She'd probably scare most of the trolls away. Fucking hell. That woman causes more trouble than Russia, China, the USA, and most European countries put together. That woman is a riot weapon. That's the thing. Most inside the churches are lovely. I mean, the last time I went into a church was January, and before that, I went a few times last year. I had to. But before that, wasn't really into going into churches so much because I don't want to say I've lost my faith. Well, I suppose I did to a degree. Didn't lose it completely, but it's a weird one when you've got your mum suffering with all of what she was suffering through, and I just got very angry with God and that for some reason. I don't know. No, I'm gone past it now, but okay. There's nothing wrong with that now. A lot of big churches do have them. Not as big as the ones in Westminster and that though. Certainly not. But if you go into that church, wear something warm because it's fucking freezing. I remember the last time going in there, felt like a block of ice when I come out. It is damn freezing in that church. This is the thing, like I said earlier, I prefer going to a temple than a church, but I don't know why that is. Just a different feeling. Not that I'm not necessarily, I'm not that a religious person, but I'm more spiritual than anything else, which when you got a family like mine that half of it's like Roman Catholic and the other half's like Christian, it's like, for me being half Buddhist, it's like that caused a few arguments as well, and it's like, you can't talk about bloody politics, certainly not. You can't talk about religion, and you can't talk about football. It's like, what on earth can you talk about when you have the family around? It's like one of them things that's normally when like have family gatherings, I just get my headphones on because I just cannot stand family rows. It does my nut. I'd rather be doing without it, to be fair. I don't mean the family, obviously, but just the confrontations. Just when you get a big family together, it just goes nuts. That's why it'd be good when I move up north and be closer to my uncle because he's chilled out. Okay. See, I'd love to go over to like China or somewhere like that and visit over there, their temples and stuff like that, and that'd be a holiday of a lifetime for me. But I'm not going to be doing that for a while, especially like until you find out what's going on with these bloody COVID passports as well. That's going to be interesting. Yeah, I'm half Buddhist. I know it's a bit of a weird one. I mean, I didn't. This is the thing. I mean, I was brought up to be a Christian, but when I got older, my beliefs felt different to anything else, and I got more spiritual with it. So I started practicing Buddhism, and something was missing as well. So I meshed the two. So I'm half Buddhist, half Christian. It's just the way it is, isn't it? This is the thing, though, Mikey. My family. My brother's all right. He's pretty chilled. Well, to a degree, depending. My sister, absolutely not. She's more of a snob and will look down on you. And she doesn't like alcohol. She doesn't like weed at all. She won't even talk about anything like that. She won't talk about going out, and she's not that kind of person at all. And my sister is, I don't want to call her a weapon, but her temper's worse than mine as well. And it's just like she's never chilled out in her life, I don't think. She's a lot more like my dad in that way, I suppose. My dad's other brother, he's half and half, I suppose. But my Mancunian uncle, he's well chilled out. I mean, I could sit and have a spliff with him, no problem, if I wanted to. He's a lot like me in a lot of ways, but that's why we got on so well. And I stayed up in Manchester for 2 years. It was only supposed to be for a couple of months, so I know that I'll be all right up north. Which half? That'd be telling, wouldn't it? You've got to work out that yourself. I'm not telling you. I leave that into your imagination. You can tell me which half, and I'll tell you. Actually, I might not tell you whether you're right or not. But it's like my family. I mean, my dad don't mind because my dad's into sports and that, but the rest of my family won't, unless it's obviously going to a Hammers game or something, which I will not go into that stadium. No. But to be able to like go round and watch sports and actually liaise with my family, talk about sports, and that they actually think a woman talking about sports and being all right talking about it is a bit weird. I don't know if you agree with that or not, but I don't know. I found quite a few, but I don't know. I mean, like I say, I found like a few people, especially out on YouTube, that have like turned out to be like really good mates and that, and known them now for like 18 months. So you pretty much know that they are good people, and like talk to them most days. So it's like craziness too. And when you find people that are very much like yourselves, and you connect and gel, it's all good. You can't complain at that. Well, I don't. That's the thing though, Mikey. This is talking about sports with your family. It's all good. I don't mind it at all. But like, it's normally the football chat that starts it, and then it starts into rows, and you know the score when I don't know if you're into football or not, but when you got like a lot of my family are Londoners and Southerners, obviously, and because of the teams that they all support on that, especially when you get Spurs fans and Hammers fans together, it's like, no, that just doesn't go down well ever. And especially like when I throw in my 2 pennies as well. So I like winding them up sometimes. It's a bit evil of me, I know, but it's just one of them things where you get a good kick out of it. And especially like my uncle that lives about a mile away from me, he's a Spurs fan, and I love kicking him in the teeth because Spurs are playing terrible right now. And my cousin, for a laugh, he actually bought me a Spurs shirt, and he actually dared me, and I had to like wear it for a certain amount of time. I'm like, you bastard. It's all fun and games, you know. I don't mind having a laugh like that, but I might actually burn that shirt eventually, but that's a bit disrespectful to my cousin, really. I'm not that evil. Okay. What team gets you going then, Mikey? Because I actually agreed to go to Old Trafford. I don't know how my friend talked me into that one. I mean, I must have been half asleep or on the oil or something, but to talk me into going into Manchester United's ground is like massive for me because I don't particularly like Man U that much. But I actually agreed to do it, and I'm like, did I just agree to that? Shit. But hey. That's cool. Yeah, you get some good rubbings. I got some good ones from St Paul's and Westminster a while ago. But they are massive churches and that, and wow. It's so much like to do in there, but I don't know. I'll find it. Well, this is what my friend was saying, and I'm like, oh, bloody hell, I actually agreed to this, but at least I got something out of it as well. And the fact I'm going to Old Trafford with him, and now he's coming to Villa Park with me, so it's like we both get something out of it, so it's all cool. I mean, for where I live as well, for me to support Aston Villa as well, that always gets the arguments going already. They've been trying to convert me to supporting Spurs or Hammers for years, and it hasn't worked. So yeah, it's all cool though. Oh, see, you're a Man U fan, are you? There's nothing wrong with that, I suppose. In small doses. But you could be worse. You could have been a Man City fan. Oh, I just kicked myself. Again, it's probably Man City fans in this room now. My bloody luck. That's the thing. When I lived in Manchester, and being in Manchester with a Villa shirt on is never a good idea. I found out, but at least I sort of learned the hard way. But it's all cool. But there is no way I'll be wearing a Man. Well, I agreed to wear a Man U top actually inside Old Trafford, but I'll be taking it right off when I get out. Ooh. But he's going to get video evidence that I actually wore it, and I'm like, you bastard, you know. But he's so cool. Oh, I know. It depends what teams are playing. This is the thing. It all with any kind of sport that you're watching outside, especially, it's all about the people you're around. If you're see, I watch so many sports. It's like it's my father's fault for bringing me up that way. I mean, I watch cricket, tennis, even snooker to a degree. I don't mind it. I mean, he taught me how to play some of these sports as well. It's pretty crazy, but it's quite funny because my brother hates sports, so he put it all on me. I'm like, cheers, Dad. You know. So I always get grief for being a Villa fan, and I don't give a fuck. I really don't. But I've been supporting him for years, and I haven't changed. So I'm not gonna. Well, how can you be a loyal football supporter if you're changing teams like you change your underwear? That's not what supporters are being all about, you know. But it's like the fact I said that I'd go to Old Trafford and I'd actually go there for the day, and he said make a day of it, and I'm like, oh bloody hell. But I did say yes beforehand, and I don't break my promises, so he got me there. But at least he's the kind of person that will actually, if he was to terrorise me like that, then he doesn't mind being terrorised back. So it's all cool. I'll get video evidence with him in a Villa shirt, so it's all cool. Yeah, of course I'm a Villa fan. Otherwise I wouldn't be taken into Villa Park, would I? Yeah, unfortunately so. I mean, it was pretty bad because I lived right near the Gooners old stadium for a while, and that was pretty mental. And I would never wear any football attire around that stadium on a match. Fuck that shit, no way. Gooners fans are the most violent people that I've come across, and like the place I was staying at was like 2 minutes away from the football ground, and it was so freaking noisy in that, and it was doing my nut in completely. So it put me off Arsenal. Not that I'd ever support Arsenal anyway, even though my mum did. I'd say my mum and myself are the outcasts of the family because we supported like the different teams. Not that Goonies were different because she lived in London herself when she was younger. Oh, I know that exactly, Mikey. This is exactly what I'm saying, but at least I'm honest about it. That people were in earlier on, and I did put the link up. But with all this stuff going on with Turbo and everything else, I think people are sort of like, well, especially Turbo in particular, he just come out of hospital and that, and I didn't think he'd want to jump on, and then I didn't want it to be turning into a Turbo bashing live either. So it's all cool. You lot can jump on if you want. I don't mind putting the link up if you want to come and say hi, but so if you don't like footy, what do you like any sports then, Gessu, or is it like, not that you don't have to like sports or anything, it's nothing wrong if you don't. It's not the be all or end all. Oh, I do apologise, my dog's snoring is getting louder. See, this is the thing, I'm more of an ice hockey fan than a football fan, so I get into that as well, which my family don't understand ice hockey, but hey, it's all cool. Oh, I know Arsenal are dreadful, and I know quite a few of my mates are Guinness fans as well, and I do apologise, but even as a kid, it's like, I don't know, just something about the way that the fans are. I mean, it's like on TV, and I don't know, it's just something stuck in me that I just didn't like it. So that's all that made my mind up, and then having the rest of the family like being Hammers or Spurs, and I'm like, oh, and that's like poisoned me a little bit. I mean, I'd say I support Spurs more than Hammers, and that really hurts my dad's feelings, but I don't know. It's tonsil tennis a sport. It depends who you're playing with, I suppose. Fuck's sake. It's only because I used to play it. That's how I got my temper under control, funny enough. It's like one of those things. If you've got a really bad temper and you want to like be doing adrenaline sports, and when my consultant found out that that is a sport I chose, he was like having a freaking heart attack every bloody time. But I skated 6 years before I gave it up. So you like women's beach volleyball? I bet you do. Oh dear. Volleyball's not a bad game actually, but beach volleyball, yeah, I see where you're coming from. Bloody hell. Oh, what have I started again? Fucking hell. I mean, they've got sort of similar rules to footy in similar ways, but it is different. But it's a full-on contact sport and it's great. But you've got to have a good sense of balance to play that game. And if you can imagine like playing rugby on ice, pretty much what it's like, well, different, but contact-wise, I mean. And the fact that I didn't want to play in the women's team, I played on the men's team because it's a lot faster and a lot more brutal. And that's how I got rid of my temper. If you're like going through that for like a few hours and that in the practice as well, it just makes you feel like a stone lighter because all of that emotional baggage is gone. It's each their own, in it, with sports and that. I mean, it's one of those things, isn't it? But what drew me into it? Well, I've always liked watching it, and always had a good sense of balance. Cause when I was younger than that, when I first learned how to walk, because I didn't learn until I was nearly 4 because of my hip condition. I was like started tap dancing and ballet dancing and stuff like that, so I got a good sense of balance from doing that. But the doctors were saying, "Oh, ballet dancing with my hips is a little bit on the iffy side," so I had to change. And then I went into gymnastics and weren't too happy about that either. But then that gave me an even better sense of balance. And then I thought, no, fuck it, I don't care what the doctors say. I'm going to do what I want. and I started going ice skating. I've always liked skating anyway, like outside and that, and got quite good at it, and took it from there. And I wanted something with contact because of my temper was getting worse and worse because of my stepfather being an a-hole. And I was obviously born with a bad temper because it runs in my, it's like a curse in my family, I suppose. We all have it. And it runs in my dad's side as well. So when my mum's side of the family's got an evil temper, my dad's side of the family's got a bad temper as well. You mesh the two, it's like, no. So when you're dealing with a bloke that you want to kill on a daily basis and you've got a foul temper to match, I had to find something which got that out, and that's what got it out, I suppose. I haven't been following it so much the past couple of years because I've had other things on my mind. But before that, yeah, I actually support the Penguins and the Mighty Ducks. Actually, I quite liked. I actually like their hockey shirts. That they're different. And when they won the Stanley Cup, that was quite good. But I would love to go and watch the Pittsburgh Penguins play. That would be my ideal team to watch. Football or hockey, it'd have to be them. Out of the two, I think. Even if somebody offered me box seats in I don't know, any football ground to watch Villa Park there or to watch Aston Villa play away or whatever, no, I think I'd take ice hockey over football. But that's just me. But I suppose it'd depend on company as well. If a lot of friends were going, I may consider dropping that. I don't know. Depends what kind of mood I'm in, I suppose. This is the thing that because of COVID and that now, I don't know how on earth they're going to deal with having fans back into arenas and stadiums and things like that, because for one, it's going to cost a freaking. I mean, it cost enough beforehand. I mean, I don't know how much it is up north with season tickets, but down here, it is a lot of money to. Trying to remember how much a Spurs season ticket was about 4 years ago. My uncle had one, and he told me. I'm trying to remember how much he said it was. It was over £1,000, I believe he said. And he never went that often either. So I said, Uncle, what is the point in having a season ticket if you're not going to go? Craziness. But it was even more expensive to, because quite a few of my DJ friends are gooners, so it's like, ugh. And they tried to talk me into that, and I was like, over my fucking dead body, am I going in there? Emirates, they can kiss my ass. But their ground is nice, but I wouldn't have enjoyed it. They're way too much into the game for that, and I don't know. I'll have a good night's sleep, guess who? I can't believe it's bloody 10 to 1 in the morning. Fuck's sake. I promised I made it'd be a fucking short live stream. Bloody hell. You see, you got me talking about sports. I'm going to blame you guys here. Fuck's sake. It's terrible. But never mind. Well, yeah, this is the thing though. when you're paying for season tickets and that, and I don't know why all the London teams' tickets are so bloody expensive. I don't know if it's the same up north or not, but I say the season tickets down here are astronomical. They make your eyes water, and I can't remember who it was that looked into it. One of my family members looked into how much a season ticket would cost for Spurs, and he nearly choked. And it was a lot more than when my uncle paid for it, and I'm like, whoa, okay. I mean, my cousin's trying to get me to go to a Spurs game, and I'm like, yeah, okay, I'd watch Spurs play. It's with family as well, so it can't be too bad. I just hope, like, Spurs aren't exactly playing like a team right now. I don't think, anyway. They're playing like morons, unfortunately, and I don't mean that to be harsh, but they're not gelling as a team at all. They've got good enough players to a degree, but they're just not playing as a team. Whether you guys agree with me or not, but I'm not going to row with anyone on here about it. True. Yeah, but the reason I promised my friend that I'd make it a short stream is because he was worried about me overdoing it. Because I've only just literally got 100, well, not even 100%, but nearly 100% better. And he didn't want me getting stressed out because my last live stream, I wanted to blow somebody's head off. And that wasn't necessarily to do with the people in it, it's just my frame of mind at the time, you know. Because I was dealing with a hell of a lot at the time. And with that illness as well building up, and I don't know. I know who's aching big Spurs. I've started it off now, haven't I? Oh, bloody hell. I just hope none of my family are going to watch this stream because I'm going to get a kick up the arse. Oh, dear me. I've started this now. I don't mind it, like, I'm very critical of all teams. I mean, if they're playing like jackasses, I'll tell them so. It's like, I'm terrible. But it's the best way to be. You've got to be honest, haven't you? But it's like I say, like with family gatherings and that, like when there's more Spurs fans than Hammers fans, I just got to keep my gob shut because I will put my foot in it, and it's turned into a full-on family like row. Or just go in there blatantly with my Villa shirt on. That normally shuts them up, but never mind. Oh, they're looking for a new manager now, aren't they, Spurs or something? I think my cousin was telling me. I can't remember what he said exactly, but so I was coming out of a seizure at the time when he was talking to me, and pretty sure that's what he said. I may have got that wrong, but it's not my team, so. Oh, I'm not going to be doing live streams like too often. I mean, absolutely not. I'm going to be going out getting footage of different things, and like I said, I'm going to go back to basics and what I'm going to be doing on my stream, and going back to helping people because it's what I'm about at the end of the day. I was thinking of going up to Dover when they had that protest at the end of May, but I don't know whether I'm well enough for that yet because the last one went a bit don't know whether you saw it on lots of people's streams. That was on the 5th of September, and the cops are bloody brutal. So I don't know if that's such a good idea or not. Yeah, I agree with you there, Alex. There is a lot of improvements needed. Actually, I'll probably be a better manager if we're Spurs. At least I'd fucking listen. I've had to get my size sevens round up there, Jaxie, but that's all I'm saying. But, oh, I don't know. They're saying that though, there are quite a few teams that are playing that way too. So, I mean, Villa were playing quite well, but sometimes they play like that they're blindfolded all the time. So I'm not saying much either. It's all good fun at the end of the day. You can't take it too seriously. I mean, members of my family and their friends, they take it way too serious, and I can't take it too seriously because it is a game at the end of the day. Yeah, there is a serious side to it, but there is more to life than that, and I just get enjoyment about watching a good. If it's a good game, and if they're playing, as if they've got tennis rackets on the end of their feet or something, then I just try and enjoy it. But if it's a really good game, then you can really get into it. I like it. Yeah, I know. I've been up to Dover. This is the thing. I went up there in October last year, and like I said, I didn't realise I was walking into two protests, and that was pretty mad. So, and being on, and so I went up there low key and managed to get on several people's live streams, which I didn't mean to, and that was a rather crazy situation. But I don't know. I've got certain problems with the way the Napier situation's been handled. I mean, the way that they burnt it down, and now they're just being allowed to go back in there again. I think it could be used for our heroes over here to live. That's all I'm saying. I like all sports to be. I mean, I've watched cricket at the Oval a few times. Don't mind cricket at all. Tennis, always loved that. Football, ice hockey, actual hockey, swimming, diving, fishing, darts to a degree. I'm not very good at it because I'm too short, but enjoy watching it. Don't mind snooker, but because I'm so short and I've got a bad back, I cannot bloody play that game to save my life. The table's way too big for me. But there's plenty of stuff that you can watch and enjoy. It's all cool. Yeah, I was going to go up to Wimbledon because I actually lived right near Wimbledon, and I went up there. It was 2 years ago now, and the amount of people. I mean, I actually got on. I was told to get on a certain bus number, and of course I got on the bus, but it was going the other way, and I got stuck right in the actual centre of where the tennis courts are for Wimbledon, and it's like, oh shit. So all the bus stops sort of like closed off. The old billboard closed off like most of the pavement and the roads, and there's like people everywhere. And I'm looking out the window thinking, oh my god, how the hell am I going to get out of this? So it's bloody mental going to see Wimbledon, but I would love to go and see that. That would be good. Oh, I am going to go. I'm going to be going up to Villa Park. Anyway, as soon as they start letting fans in, because like I said, I agreed to that bet with my friend from Manchester. So it's like, oh, I can't believe I'm going to have to bloody wear a Man U top and everything. I mean, that's torture. And it's bad enough, like with my family supporting the teams they do. Yet I'm having to go to Old Trafford and wearing Man U stuff. It's like, oh bloody hell! At least it's not Man City, mind you. I may just wear a Man City top to wind him up. Oh, I know crazy shit's always happening in Dover, but this is the thing though, and unless they do something about it, because more people are coming in by the day, and we're only a small country at the end of the day, and so I'm not saying this to be like mean or anything like that, but that we've got so many people on furlough still and unemployed and waiting for housing and all of that. And you add all these people that are coming in as well, which aren't even their whole families, because they will bring their families as well later on. I don't think our country's going to be able to cope with it all. That's all I'm saying. It's not to be cruel or anything like that, but we have to look after our veterans first and our homeless first, and we're not doing enough for that. It's just the way it is, you know. You might like wearing a Man U shirt, but I'm not a Man U fan at all. I mean, I put on an Arsenal, because I lost a dare, and I had to put on an Arsenal top for 5 minutes. That was bad enough, but to actually wear a Man U top for a whole bloody match and all day, it's like, oh no. And I can't believe I actually fucking agreed to that. That's just crazy shit right there. But hey ho, it's one of them things in it where you've got to be easygoing. Can't take things too seriously. Life's too short, innit? Even though if you're wearing a Man U top. But hey, I'm gonna be destroying that evidence when I get my hands on it anyway. So that'd be cool. I can deny all knowledge if I have to. Yeah, that's the thing, Alex. I mean, it's good, like in a whole variety of sports, but a lot of men can't get their head around and the fact that you know a lot more about sports than they do, and half the time you sort of have to like dumb it down so to make them feel better about themselves, you know. Are you kidding? You're doing your best to cheer me up tonight, aren't you, you bastard? Oh wow. Okay. And you're not going to convert me to a Man U fan. I think a lot more than that. Armageddon and have to come first, I think. Oh dear me. I think you'd get me closer to converting to bloody Spurs and Man U, and that's saying something. No, at least Man U, they I say they are a good team, and they've got mad fans as well. I don't mean mad in like what Gooners fans are like, but apart from when they play Liverpool, I mean that's one match I'm not going near. A Man U and Liverpool game, fuck that shit. No, that is way too rough. And I've heard Liverpool games can be a bit mad to say the least. I've never attempted that one, and I don't think I'd be brave enough. So I'll probably lose my temper. I'll probably end up getting nicked or something, who knows. Oh, I'm telling you now though, if my friend that gets that evidence and puts it on YouTube, I'm gonna fucking kill him. He probably will because he's that way inclined, but hey. Yeah, right. Okay then. I said I'd go to one game. I'm not. I said I'm not converting. Definitely not. Making it sound like a religion here. Is that Jack Ward you're talking about? I mean, I didn't know he hated the. Hated a strong word. I don't exactly hate Man U. That's bloody. I'm digging myself a hole again. That came out wrong. I didn't know he didn't like Man U, but hey, doesn't really bother me too much. But going into the ground there and wearing different people's kits and that is a little bit. I don't know. I think disrespectful to Villa, but that's just my own opinion there. See, a friend of mine was saying because, well, a couple of friends of mine were saying actually that why don't I do live streams whilst right on match days because I don't mind watching football all day long. That would be quite nice for me. But then, how are you supposed to concentrate on doing a live stream while you're actually getting into a footy game? I mean, I don't know. I probably would get into the football game too much. And if I had like decent mods in them, I'd just say, "But you guys deal with that," and I'm watching the footy. We'll see you later. You know. Oh, sorry. When you said that, I thought, hang on a minute, because Jack does come in this one quite a bit. Sorry, I had a bit of a blonde moment there. Fuck's sake. It's been one of them days where I've been putting my foot in my mouth all day, so I do apologise. Oh, bloody Nora. And then that's another thing my dad's been having a go at me as well, because this is the thing, like Southerners say bloody hell quite a lot, and I get that from my father, but my mum used to say bloody Nora, so I have the two in my head, and mind you, I do say bloody hell more than the other, so that's probably a good thing. But when I move up north, that's probably going to change, and he's going to be kicking my ass about that as well. It's like, what do you do? Well, this is another thing, Mikey. I'll probably be able to get away with going up to Old Trafford and that because, like I said, living in like Manchester for a couple of years, you pick up their lingo anyway. So I'll probably get away. Mind you, didn't lose the southern accent. Well, did a little bit, but you can sort of like blend in with the Mancunians. It's all cool. Oh no, I didn't mean it as an. What I mean is like when you're with somebody, in say like you're a couple or something like that, and you know, like I say, you know more about sports than they do, and my personal experience has got me into trouble, so I sort of like dumb it down. That's all I'm saying. But now that I'm not with anybody, it's like I can basically do what the fuck I like. So it's all cool. This is the thing, though, isn't it? If I was to do that and to do like streams on match days, because I do have Sky, and it's just like concentrating on doing a live and watching a match or watching several matches at once. It would be like I'd probably tell you guys to bugger off. I'm not enjoying the footy too much, but that'd be terrible, wouldn't it? That'd be so rude. I can't wait though until swimming pools reopen. That's where I get a lot of my energy released, going swimming and that, because it's good for you. But yeah, I haven't been able to do that in God knows how long now. I remember the last time I went swimming was. You go swimming in the Thames, but I wouldn't say that was a good idea. Exactly, but it's just a thing though, when you're doing a live stream you get a mixture of people in the room, don't you? And it's like, oh dear me, it's like I get too into it when I start watching matches. I'm terrible. I turn into a right ignorant cow, and it's like I'm worse than a bloke in that way, if that's at all possible. That sounds a bit sexist, I know, but it's my family's fault because most of them are footy fans, so it's like they brought me up that way, and I don't just like the game. It's just when it's played well, and you've got good fans in the stadium as well, and you guys know what I'm saying. I don't have to explain it to you. And it's a beautiful game when it's played by very good people, and it's, but there are better things in it, and I'm not going to say that what they are in here because that'll get me into trouble again. But not much better than that though. No, right. I mean, I may still join up with Turbo eventually because he's going through a lot, and it was my own channel, and Turbo and I teamed up for a while, and we did mental health stuff, and then all this stuff. And Angela came on, which I didn't mind, and Jamie as well came on. I didn't mind that either. And then I found out what Angela was saying behind my back to Welland was doing backstages or whatever it was, and I found out a lot of stuff of what she was saying, and it all sort of like kicked off from there. And I don't appreciate people saying that I don't suffer with my illnesses, which I do. I wish I didn't, to be fair. And it got to a stage where I thought a good friend of mine, because she was like being really nice to my face, coming into my room still, being really nice and everything else, but being a real a-hole behind my back. And I'm like, oh, I don't swing like that. If you can't be genuine to me properly, then I'd rather not know, you know. Actually, I don't have a Villa scarf. I should get one, shouldn't I? Got plenty of tops though, but I have to show you guys my bloody Spurs one as well, just to prove that I have got one. Fuck's sake. I wouldn't be wearing it though, but no, it's like, this is the thing. When you're, yeah, I am a passionate person in whatever I do, and I like to do things properly. And it's the same with friendships and whatever you do in life. And if you've got people around you that are willing to stab you in the back or say completely nasty things behind your back which aren't true, and the fact I'm running a charitable channel as well and people attack your integrity when I can prove damn well the illnesses I go through. I mean, I've had epileptic seizures on live streams even. It's like not funny at all. I mean, some of you guys have actually been in my stream when I've blacked out and shit like that. It's not funny at all. And because my epilepsy is different to hers, and I mean, I wasn't born with it, luckily. I was born with other stuff that went on, but the fact I was always having to then prove this and prove that, and I was like, no, life is too short for me to be proving everything all the fucking time. I mean, yeah, I've got my police numbers and I've got my medical records and that, and I'm willing to show them to Turbo when I go up north. I don't mind doing that. And Turbo is saying to me that I don't have to do it, and I said, no, I don't have to, but to shut these a-holes up once and for all, it's the way you have to play it sometimes. I don't know about Wellung, to be fair. I mean, to be fair to Wellung, we didn't start off in a very good place, and I'll tell you why. I mean, I had nothing against him personally, but a friend of mine at the time didn't like him at all, and it was to do with WhatsApp groups and stuff, which I wasn't ever a part of. And he got toxic, and it was to do with links and all of that, and other YouTubers and that, and I got pulled into it. And unfortunately for Wellung at the time, he was coming into rooms saying, hello, you slags, this, that, and the other, and I was like, whoa, okay. And I don't particularly like being called that word. I mean, there are nastier words, granted, but I basically said to him, do you mind not calling me that and using that word around me particularly? And Wellung and I got to a place where we started to respect each other to a degree, and we got to a place where we could talk to each other and it weren't a slanging match. So it got respectful. But then I find out further on down the line that he was doing backstage. I mean, he'd done backstages before, but it wasn't like it was this time round when it wasn't going live. He was doing backstages, and people were going in there ripping backs off of people. I mean, I'm not into any of that sort of stuff. Never have been, and it's just craziness. And I'm not into all this negativity and backstabbing and this, that, and I haven't got time for it all, you know. It's yeah, you're right. People are sick and twisted. I get that, and this is the thing with YouTube. It's far too easy, I think, to get dragged into things. I know, like, you want to back up mates and stuff like that, and yeah, I'm a loyal person, as you know, but at the same time, it's like you've got to start thinking about what's good for your own well-being as well. And because I was hearing stuff from so many different people that what was going on, I'm like, well, some of this has to be true. And then when I heard it was, and I just couldn't believe my eyes and ears. It gutted me. It really did. I haven't spoken to Wellung for a while. Angela, absolutely not. Still speak to Turbo, and I haven't since got around. So I don't think I would ever forgive Angela for what she's said and done to me. It went way too far, and she cut way too deep. And I'm all about being able to trust people, and because of what's happened in my past, as you know. And if you can't trust a person, then I can't have them around me. I don't know if that makes sense to you guys, but you have to be able to trust people to a degree. And when you got people slating you left, right, and centre, and it's all complete and utter crap, when I've got the evidence right here to support it, I mean, but there is no way my GP would prescribe me liquid diazepam, which I put on one of my thumbnails before a live stream, because it says on the actual box, used for when you have seizures. So why would my prescription say that if I wasn't having seizures? It wouldn't. It don't make sense. Auditing's a bit of a weird one. I mean, I agree with it to a degree where you've got to stand up for your rights. I fully believe in that, but putting cameras in people's faces is not my style. Because I wear a body cam out, and if, like, I'm getting on the bus or whatever, and I see kids, and I cover the cam up because I do not want to be filming kids on. Not that it's anything bad, but I'm more mindful of people like that than. I know it's not illegal, and I know it's not wrong, but me personally, I'd rather film outside, but be more not direct in people's faces with it, if that makes sense. Yeah, it can get toxic and that, but that's YouTube for you all over. I mean, it's not just YouTube, it's Facebook and Twitter as well, and all of that. It gets like that. I mean, before COVID and that all started, I mean, I hardly went online at all. I didn't particularly like the internet at all. I mean, yeah, I had Facebook and that. I mean, I still have it now, but hardly use it, to be fair. And that, and I just didn't like going online because of that negativity. I prefer dealing with people on a face-to-face basis. I mean, I certainly wouldn't say, I mean, I know what my rights are, and I'd know what to say to the police if they started. I mean, I'm not a master at it or anything, but it's only because of the advice I've got off of Dan and people like that I know what to say and do. Oh, I'm glad your puncher held out the half hour away. God, bloody hell, it's still a long way away though. No, this is the thing. I did do live streams quite frequently, and I will be, and like I said, I'm going to be bringing it back down to the basics. I'm going to be like chilled out like I am now, because I'm not getting involved in other people's dramas. Why should I? It's not like, it's like, I don't know, it's like people want me to sort out it all for them. Yeah, I could easily do that, because to a certain degree I don't mind if it will help, but then I get dragged into it, and then it all gets all sorted out, and then I still get the headache. So it doesn't pay off sometimes to get involved. I don't know about, I mean, I don't have any problems with Turbo at all. He's done nothing to me. Well, didn't really, I can't really say he really did anything to me exactly. But the fact that he was doing these backstages and not having the nerve to tell me what was going on. Now that hurt. I don't know if he said anything bad against me or anything because I wasn't there, but I actually thought we got to a good place, but I don't know, it's a bit of a weird one, but Angela, no way, I will not be forgiving her ever. I don't know whether I'll be doing a live tomorrow. I have to see how I feel, to be fair. Well, it is tomorrow, actually. Fuck's sake. It's pretty nearly 1:30 in the fucking morning. You people are terrible. Terrible in a good way, not terrible in a bad way, obviously. This is another thing, like with YouTube, it changes like the weather. I mean, some days you can have like nothing going on at all, and then like the next day it's popping off everywhere, and you think, what the bloody hell's going on now? It's just fucking nuts. Yeah, time does fly. I remember, what was it? The longest live stream I did was 12 hours, and I've done a few 8-hour ones as well. That was a bit of a mad one, but when you're like that, though, you have people jumping on. I don't think I would do a 12-hour like this. Fuck that shit. I probably could, but it's a lot more draining. Yeah, this is the thing. When my treatment's out the way and my prescription gets sorted out for my seizures properly, and that gets all at a level where I'm not having so many and blacking out left, right, and centre, and all of that. I'm going to be doing live streams on my decks and stuff like that, so you get the musical side of it too. So you can have like chill out sessions listening to, and obviously I'd have to find out what genres you want to listen to, because I don't mind mixing anything to a degree, unless it's garage or breakbeat is a little bit of a iffy one for me, but anything else I don't mind. And it's garage, and that just grates me. Don't know why, just does. Breakbeat's okay to a degree, but quite hard to mix breakbeat, to be fair. Unless you're a DJ, it's hard to sort of explain, but it's all cool. So it sounds like you guys would like it if I was to do sports streams as well. Okay, I will take that into advisement. I'd have to like get used to that, not watching the game so much, though, wouldn't I? That's going to take a lot of getting used to, though. I would certainly have to kick my animals out the room for that one, because keeping your mind straight on 2 cats, a dog, a bloody football match, and a live stream at the same time, I think that'll be too much for me to cope with. And modding and dealing with trolls and God knows what else. And yeah, I can multitask, but that would be taking the Michael right there, I think. Especially if my cats are in a mardy mood as well. That is just not they were anyone. They're all chilled out and they go live and they start having cat scraps. It's absolutely nuts. I say, guys, it's 1:30 in the morning. I'm going to jump off anyway, so I have to take my medications and that before I forget, because I do not want to be having heart problems now. That would really piss my GP off. He just like got me back to normal with my health, and my heart started popping off with other things. That would not be crazy. It would be absolutely crazy, and he'd kill me, quite literally, I think. You guys enjoy the rest of your weekend, and I will jump on I don't know whether it'll be later on, but I won't make it so long next time. It won't be a 2 month break before I jump on again. You guys have a good evening and then get a good night's sleep, because everybody needs a good night's sleep. I'm glad you've enjoyed it, guys. And I have as well. I wasn't expecting to be talking about football today. That's for damn sure. But like I say, I don't mind. So if you guys want to talk about football, sports, or anything like that, it doesn't bother me. I mean, people when they don't know me, they start talking about footy and that, and it just feels like you're one of the lads in a way, which the fact that I've got more male friends than women anyway, because most of my mates are DJs, it gets that stage anyway, so it turns into a footy conversation most of the time anyway. So it's just different, like doing it on a live stream, but it's all cool. Oh, thank you, Alex. I'm sure I will sleep well, because it has been a long day for me. The fact that I've only had 3 hours sleep in the past 2 days nearly. That's I know I'm getting back to normal, but I actually passed out this afternoon, which is really bad, because I was supposed to walk there and I just passed out, and then I walked him later on, but bloody hell. I obviously needed the sleep, but I've got to get back into routine where I am sleeping properly again. But I just got too much energy, it's terrible. You guys have a good night, and I will speak to you again soon, and enjoy your weekend. Take care, guys.